Jake stood on the rooftop of a high-rise building, staring at an anomaly positioned at its center, hovering a few feet above the surface. The anomaly resembled a sphere, roughly 3 to 4 feet in diameter. While the anomaly was nearly invisible to the naked eye, his enhanced senses allowed him to detect it without much trouble. The air within the sphere was warped, revealing the boundaries of the anomaly where the distortion ended. Keeping a safe distance of a few yards from the anomaly, Jake summoned its description. Name: Nudging Force. Description: pushes every object that enters its range in the opposite direction. Effective range: 3 feet. Duration: instantaneous. Cooldown: none. Danger level: 20, low. The nudging force was a non-lethal, limited-range anomaly. It was nearly harmless. The danger level being described as 20, low, indicated that while the anomaly was capable of causing some inconvenience, its pushing force wasn't considered lethal or even all that dangerous. Jake figured if he came within 3 feet of the nudging force, it might push him with enough force to knock him down, but it wouldn't result in anything more than that. Out of all the anomalies he'd ever encountered as both a survivor and a mutant, this was the most harmless. He gave a mental command to check if the nudging force had a challenge to offer. A new piece of info immediately surfaced in his mind. A challenge is available. See the details, Y/N. He wondered what it could be. A speed trial? Or another tower climb, perhaps? Without further speculation, he confirmed with a mental yes, prompting the details about the challenge to appear in his mind. Survival: you need to survive several mutant attacks within a designated area. Time limit: 60 minutes. Number of waves: 10. Difficulty: easy, medium, or hard. Recommended stats: Evolution Stage 1 Primordial Form, Level 25, Body 5. Rewards: Easy, 3000 XP. Medium, 3000 XP and a mana crystal. Hard, 3000 XP, a mana crystal, and the enemy appraisal perk. Accept, Y/N. Jake had never done a survival challenge before. The very first challenge he'd received from an anomaly was a speed trial. Some time later, he encountered an anomaly that offered a tower climbing challenge. So he'd just learned about a new type of challenge an anomaly could offer. Potentially, there could be other types of challenges than just these 3. Jake returned his attention to the details of the survival challenge. It appeared that he had the freedom to choose the difficulty level. The previous 2 challenges he'd completed had set difficulty levels, the speed trial was easy, and the tower climb was hard. This time, he was free to select any difficulty he wanted. He remembered completing the speed trial without much trouble. As for the tower climb, he'd had to resort to tricking a group of survivors into assisting him. Without their help, he wouldn't have been able to finish the challenge on time. For a moment, he pondered which difficulty level to choose. As the difficulty increased, the reward got better. He hesitated to choose the easy difficulty level because it was, well, easy and therefore offered only 3000 XP as a reward. So he was choosing between medium and hard. Considering his previous experience with the tower climbing challenge, he was inclined to choose the medium difficulty level. However, the reward for completing the challenge on hard difficulty was not only 3000 XP and a mana crystal boasting 5000 MP, but also a perk called Enemy Appraisal. Since he'd never obtained any perks before, he couldn't help but wonder how they worked. The name of the reward perk, Enemy Appraisal, indicated that it could provide additional information about his enemies, which could be very useful. Jake really wanted to get the perk, but he was well aware that if he failed to complete the challenge on time, he would receive no reward at all. In the end, he decided to take the risk. However, before accepting the challenge, he wanted to check something out. He closed his eyes and, with a single thought, summoned the boost menu he'd received as a reward for successfully completing the tower climbing challenge. Boost menu. Rank 1. Enhanced regeneration. Duration, 60 minutes. Cost, 2000 MP. Acquire, Y/N. Increased movement speed. Duration, 60 minutes. Cost, 5000 MP. Acquire, Y/N. Increased strength. Duration, 60 minutes. Cost, 5000 MP. Acquire, Y/N. Increased agility. Duration, 60 minutes. Cost, 5000 MP. Acquire, Y/N. Increased XP gain, X2. Duration, 60 minutes. Cost, 10,000 MP. Acquire, Y/N. Rank 2. None. Requirement, kill 100 ex-human walkers. Progress, 100 out of 100. Unlock, Y/N. Jake had kind of forgotten about the boost menu after the tower climb and only remembered about it now. He figured there hadn't been much reason to utilize it before. Now was the perfect time to put it to good use, though. The increased XP gain, X2, boost was what he wanted to purchase. It cost a whopping 10,000 MP, but he figured it would be totally worth it. He noticed something interesting. In the past several days after acquiring the boost menu, he must have killed over 100 walkers because he was now allowed to upgrade the boost menu to rank 2. He did so with a thought and checked it out again. The upgrade hadn't added any new boosters, but the old ones were somewhat more powerful now. For the time being, he was only interested in one of them, though. Increased XP gain, X3. Duration, 90 minutes. Cost, 10,000 MP. Acquire, Y/N. It had the same mana cost as before, but its duration was now 90 minutes instead of 60, and it would now increase all XP he gained 3 times instead of 2. If he acquired the booster and successfully completed the challenge, he would gain 9,000 XP instead of 3,000 XP. Additionally, he would receive 3 times more XP for every mutant killed. He would be able to level up at least 2 times during the challenge, or maybe even 3. He currently had about 18,000 mana points. If he successfully completed the survival challenge, he would gain a mana crystal, which would bring him back to approximately 23,000 mana points. With some luck, he might collect enough mana during the following night to purchase all the required skills and by morning, could have evolved into the next stage. The only thing he needed to do to achieve that was complete the challenge on hard difficulty. He was well aware that it was easier said than done. If he failed to complete the challenge in under 60 minutes, not only would he receive no rewards, but spending 10,000 MP would be in vain. However, his mind was already made up. Having decided to take the risk, he purchased the booster, opened his eyes, and accepted the challenge. When prompted to select the difficulty, he chose the hard one and prepared for the battle. Portals began materializing all around him, each hovering about a foot above the rooftop. Jake did a quick scan to assess the number of mystical rifts unfurling around him. To his surprise, there were far more rift gates tearing open than he'd anticipated, and more continued to appear. He also noticed a bluish, semi-transparent barrier surrounding the roof on all sides. Jake figured the barrier marked the boundaries of the challenge. He had to stay within this area. If he were to leap to another building, the transparent barrier likely wouldn't stop him physically, but the challenge would fail. From some of the portals, mutants were already crawling out. Each of the ex-humans emerging from the portals was a walker, but Jake was aware that more dangerous mutants would appear later on. Wave 1 has started. Targets killed, 0 out of 25. Jake charged at the walker that was the first to fully climb out of a portal. With a quick and powerful swipe of his claws, he severed the mutant's head, sending it flying to the side. Before it even dropped to the floor, Jake was already dealing with another walker. While he was greatly outnumbered, it didn't take him much effort to defeat all the mutants. They were all walkers, posing little danger to him. To him, they were slow and weak, and even their numbers provided little advantage to them. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 750 XP. Wave 1 complete. Wave 2 will begin in 59 seconds. Jake quickly looked around. Not a single mutant remained alive. The mutilated bodies of the walkers he'd slain were scattered across the rooftop, slowly vanishing as if melting into the air. He quickly accessed his current experience bar. XP, 805/3250. Not bad. For defeating the group of walkers, he'd received 3 times more XP than usual. He would surely be able to level up several times during the challenge. The expensive XP booster he'd acquired a few minutes earlier was definitely worth the cost. He summoned the status of the challenge, and the info instantly materialized in his head. Survival challenge. Waves, 1 out of 10. Remaining time, 54 minutes, 27 seconds. New portals began to materialize all around him. Some of the mutants emerging from them were walkers, while others were leapers. The number of enemies in this wave was slightly higher than in the first wave. Not that it mattered. He charged at the new group of mutants, confident that he would kill them all just as easily as the previous group. Jake sailed through the next several waves. At some point, he leveled up to 26, gaining a skill point to allocate. When the wave he engaged in at that moment ended, he quickly accessed his stats and allocated the skill point to mind, increasing it to 5. The next 2 would go into body. At some point, more powerful enemies began to materialize, shamblers and whippers. Jake dealt with all the weaker mutants first, walkers and leapers, before turning his full attention to the stronger foes. He was constantly moving, never lingering in one spot for more than a second. He took care of the weaker ex-humans as he moved, running past them and slashing their throats with his claws. When it was time to face a shambler or whipper, he focused his full attention on these mutants. The organic growth covering their bodies could quickly heal the wounds he inflicted on them. That was why when he chose to target a shambler or whipper, he couldn't afford to get distracted. Once he began slashing at the selected mutant, he unleashed a relentless onslaught of brutal swings, making sure the organic growth couldn't heal their wounds fast enough, continuing to attack his enemy until it was dead. Shamblers and whippers were powerful, but rather slow. However, every so often, the shamblers would charge at him with remarkable speed. As for the whippers, although they moved slowly, they could swiftly lash out with their tentacles. Dodging these attacks was not always possible, and when a tentacle struck him, while not causing significant damage, the blow stunned him for a second. For that reason, when Jake spotted a whipper, he made it a priority to sever its tentacle as quickly as possible to prevent potential complications. Other than that, the tougher mutants didn't trouble him much. However, there was a time when a shambler charged at him, but he noticed it a bit too late. The powerful mutant collided with him like a freight train, sending him flying backward. He then found himself propelling through an open door and tumbling down the staircase. When the impact against the wall brought his momentum to a sudden halt, Jake instantly sprang to his feet. He found himself standing on a half-landing. A shrill cry from above prompted him to look up the steps. He saw a leaper appear in the doorway. It instantaneously leaped toward him, soaring through the air with the speed of a released spring. Jake instinctively jumped to the side and descended a few steps down the next flight of stairs. As he did so, a system message flashed through his mind. Please return to the designated area, or the challenge will be considered a failure. After that, a countdown starting from 10 began. So descending the first flight of stairs to the first half-landing was fine, but he wasn't allowed to go any further down. Jake leaped back up to the half-landing, and the countdown immediately ceased. It took him no more than a second to deal with the leaper with one quick, powerful swipe of his claws. Having dealt with the mutant, he immediately returned to the rooftop. From then on, he made sure not to let shamblers collide with him anymore. If one of them managed to push him off the roof, causing him to plummet 10 stories down to the street, he would fail the challenge since he wouldn't be able to make it back to the rooftop within 10 seconds. In the later waves, slashers began to materialize. They were armed with long and sharp bony appendages. Upon spotting them, he extended blades from his wrists. The slashers were really fast, and Jake had a hard time when he encountered this type of mutant for the very first time. However, now that he had enhanced reflexes, his ability to dodge enemy attacks was greatly improved. Once he dealt with the slashers, he switched back to his claws and shifted his attention to other mutants. Finally, he reached the 10th and final wave. During the brief respite, he checked the status of the challenge to see how much time remained. Survival challenge. Waves, 9 out of 10. Remaining time, 6 minutes, 38 seconds. Just a few minutes were left. He would have to give it his best to complete the challenge on time. After a few more seconds, vertical tiers began to rip open. Since it was the final wave, Jake expected to face quite a lot of mutants. To his surprise, only 3 portals appeared, each releasing a single mutant. Wave 10 has started. Targets killed, 0 out of 3. Despite it being the final wave, he found himself up against just 3 mutants. However, as soon as he glanced at them, Jake quickly realized why the enemy count was so low for this wave. All 3 new mutants were chasers. It was the second time Jake encountered a mutant of the chaser breed. The first time was on the roof of the building where he was doing a tower climbing challenge. Back then, he had a tough time dealing with the chaser, and now he was going to have to fight 3 of them at the same time. All 3 of them had already fully emerged from the portals, and the rift gates immediately sealed shut behind them. For a moment, they just glared at him with their malevolent eyes, growling and flexing their fingers terminated in claws. All three of them looked identical to the chaser he'd defeated at the end of the tower climbing challenge. They were devoid of skin, exposing their muscle tissue. Because of the absence of skin, they sported disturbingly wide grins filled with long, pointed teeth. However, as Jake knew from experience, despite possessing sharp teeth, ex-humans mostly used their long razor-sharp claws in battle. Jake fixed his gaze on one of the three mutants and summoned its description. Ex-human chaser, level 20. Special abilities. Flurry of swings, the mutant enters a frenzy state, swinging its claws violently for a few seconds. He quickly checked out the stats of the other two chasers and learned they were the same. So unlike the mutant he'd fought on the roof during the tower climbing challenge, these two were regular mutants, not elite. As a result, each of them had only one special ability instead of two and was likely somewhat weaker. The elite chaser's additional special ability was called Pursuit. It had let the chaser lock onto a target and pursue it without being distracted for a certain period of time. Jake would have preferred the three regular chasers to have Pursuit instead of Flurry of Swings, because the latter was definitely a much more dangerous ability. If all three of them simultaneously unleashed flurries of swings on him, he would be in serious trouble. Before he could give the matter any more thought, the three chasers charged him all at the same time. Despite being regular mutants, they were incredibly fast, closing in on him in less than a second. Just as he raised his own claws in a defensive stance, two of the chasers attacked him. Each unleashed a barrage of swings, forcing him onto the defensive. Step by step, Jake retreated while doing his best to deflect the enemy attacks. He quickly realized that although the chasers were fast and agile, they were definitely slower than the elite one had been. All the upgrades he'd made to his attributes and skills made him significantly stronger as well. Despite being attacked by the two chasers at the same time, he managed to deflect and block most of their attacks. Every now and then, they managed to catch his body with their claws but failed to inflict much damage on his hardened body. The third chaser was unable to find an opening. It tried to attack him from the front, but the other two ex-humans blocked its path. In the end, it decided to strike from the side. But Jake wasn't having any of that. He wasn't going to let the third chaser join the assault. He needed both his hands to deflect the attacks of the two chasers in front of him. Fortunately, he had an ability that could allow him to grow a new appendage in no time flat. When the third chaser finally came at him from the side, Jake immediately utilized the ability, causing a tentacle to sprout from his back. It took less than a second for it to grow to full length. He immediately lashed out with it at the mutant flanking him. The blade at the end of the tentacle slashed across the chaser's face. It managed to cut the ex-human into one of its eyes, piercing it and causing it to burst apart. The chaser stopped in its tracks, stunned by the sudden loss of half its vision. Shortly afterward, the tentacle detached and fell to the ground. One of the two chasers in front of him suddenly employed its special ability, the Flurry of Swings. The second chaser kept its assault on him as well. Jake found it really hard to deflect their attacks now. Almost every second, he felt claws tearing and slashing at his body. Fortunately, the wounds inflicted on him were superficial and didn't result in any loss of mana. Still, Jake felt anger rising within him. As a mutant, he hardly felt any emotion, but after being attacked by the three chasers, he suddenly became enraged. As soon as he saw an opening, he kicked at the other chaser, his foot connecting with its chest and causing the ex-human to stumble backward. Jake then darted around the other mutant and ran toward the anomaly hovering in the air at the center of the roof. He stopped a few feet from it and spun to face the chasers again. The one still utilizing its special ability sprinted toward him, its speed accelerated by the active skill. Jake waited a moment and when the chaser was about to reach him, jumped to the side. Carried by its momentum, the chaser was unable to immediately halt its movement. The mutant ran into the effective range of the anomaly, and it instantly pushed it in the opposite direction with enough force to knock it down. During the early waves, Jake sometimes observed weaker mutants getting too close to the anomaly. However, being weak, the only effect it had on them was to knock them to the ground. More powerful and heavier mutants like shamblers or whippers were unaffected by it. By knocking the chaser to the ground, Jake simply earned a brief moment to recollect himself and assess the situation. The other two chasers were already moving toward him. Jake knew that if they both utilized the Flurry of Swings at the same time, he would be in trouble. The only way he could protect himself against their special abilities was by not letting them get within striking range. He had the perfect ability to do that. With a mental command, he extended a blade from each of his wrists. The one-eyed chaser was the first to reach him. However, before the chaser could come within reach of its claws, Jake attacked it with his swords, keeping the ex-human at bay. His blades slashed at the mutant's skinless flesh, leaving long bleeding gashes across it. The chaser froze for a fraction of a second, stunned by this sudden turn of events. Before it could recover, Jake swung both blades in a scissoring manner, beheading the mutant. He immediately turned toward another chaser. It had just activated its special ability, but before it could come within reach of its claws, Jake unleashed a violent flurry of swings, keeping the creature at a distance. In just 2 seconds, the mutant was bleeding from multiple wounds. One of the slashes severed its left arm at the elbow. Before the mutant could recollect itself, Jake lurched toward it, thrusting one sword into its chest. The blade went all the way through its body and burst from its back in an explosion of blood. Jake stepped back, kicking the now-dead ex-human in the chest and pulling his blade free. He then turned toward the last enemy. Now that the other 2 mutants were dead, it didn't take him long to finish off the remaining chaser. Once the bleeding body of the last mutant collapsed to the ground, several system messages one by one flashed through his mind. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 1,125 XP. Challenge complete. You have received 9,000 XP. The enemy appraisal perk has been unlocked. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level went up from 26 to 29. You have gained 3 SP. He then noticed something out of the corner of his eye. Turning around, he looked at the anomaly as it began to emit a white glow. After a second, the anomaly disappeared in a brief flash of light. Where it had just been, an object materialized in the air. It dropped to the ground with a light clunk. Jake identified it as a mana crystal, his second reward. It was over. Having successfully completed the challenge, it was now time for him to allocate his skill points. He'd leveled up to 29, earning 3 skill points. As planned, he allocated 2 of them to body, increasing it to 7. So he met all the requirements for the enhanced regeneration skill now. Upon gathering enough mana to obtain the 3 skills required for evolving, he would acquire all of them at the same time. He decided to keep the 3rd skill point for the time being. Once he evolved, he would use it to increase one of his skills to the next rank. Jake then opened his eyes and examined his body. He'd sustained some injuries during the fight with the 3 chasers, but they were superficial, and his body was already sealing them shut. After that, he closed his eyes again and checked his stats. He now had a new menu called Perks. It currently contained only one perk, Enemy Appraisal, which had been given to him after successfully completing the survival challenge. He read its description. Enemy Appraisal, Rank I allows you to see basic information about any living being, such as its level and attributes. Raised to Rank 2, Y/N, Cost, 1 SP. He could already summon some information about a living being. His enhanced intelligence, which worked somewhat like a PDA, allowed him to see the level of a living being, as well as other details such as their name or special abilities if the target was a mutant. The Enemy Appraisal perk allowed him to view the attributes of a human or mutant in addition to the information previously available. He also noticed that unlike skills and abilities, perks didn't seem to have a progression bar. To upgrade a perk to the next rank, all he needed to do was allocate a skill point to it. He really wanted to do it right away, as raising Enemy Appraisal would definitely let him see even more valuable information about his enemies. After giving the matter some thought, he decided to use his 3rd skill point to upgrade the perk to rank 2. After that, he checked its description one more time. Enemy Appraisal, rank 2 allows you to see basic information about any living being, such as its level, attributes as well as skills and abilities. Raised to rank 3, Y/N, Cost, 1 SP. Jake couldn't help but wonder what the top rank of a perk was. Anyway, the next time he encountered an enemy, he was going to test out the Enemy Appraisal perk on it. He was really curious to see how it worked. He then opened his eyes, causing all the info to disappear. He walked toward the mana consumable that had materialized in the air and dropped to the rooftop when the anomaly disappeared. He picked it up. Mana Crystal, 5000 MP, rare. He clenched it in his hand, but it didn't yield to the pressure. Unlike mana consumables of lower rarity, Crystals were somewhat stronger, requiring him to exert more strength than lesser mana items. He tightened his grip on the crystal, causing it to shatter. The magical energy flowed out of the fractured crystal and drifted toward his body, to be absorbed by it. Mana consumables were extremely durable. Regular survivors couldn't seem to break them, no matter how hard they tried. However, they could extract magical energy from a mana consumable with a mere thought. For some reason, unlike survivors, Jake couldn't do that. Instead, to extract mana, he needed to crush a mana consumable, and he could break it without much trouble. He wasn't sure why this was the case. Maybe his mana-infused body had something to do with it? Or, perhaps, each survivor had a secret skill or perk that allowed them to extract mana mentally, while he had a hidden skill designed specifically for him to crush mana consumables to absorb the mana stored within them? Jake shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. Letting the transparent crystal shards fall from his grasp, he stood up and scanned his surroundings. The night was descending rapidly, casting darkness over the city. The regular world refresh was just around the corner. Planning to dedicate the next hours to hunting for mana, Jake dashed across the rooftop and leaped to another building with a burst of magical energy. Later on, when he encountered a walker in one of the buildings, he summoned its stats. The mutant's name and level were displayed to him. No more info popped up, though. While the walker moved toward him, Jake used the enemy appraisal perk on the mutant, and an additional piece of information emerged in his mind. Ex-human walker, level 10. Special ability, none. Attributes, body 2, mind 1, magic 0. Jake tried to summon its skills and abilities, but nothing happened. He figured walkers didn't have any. Later on, he encountered a leaper and utilized enemy appraisal once more. He found out that a leaper had a body attribute of 3, mind of 2, and magic of 0. Jake spent most of the night searching the city for mana. By the time the darkness of the night began to dissipate, he'd collected enough mana to purchase the 3 required skills, possessing almost 30,000 MP in total at his disposal. He was currently standing on the roof of a high-rise building, studying the 3 skills he needed to purchase from the skill store. Skill, Enhanced Strength. Description, grants the mutant extraordinary strength and force. With this ability, the mutant can overpower opponents, easily lift heavy objects, and excel in other physical challenges. Enhanced Strength gives the mutant a significant edge in combat situations, allowing them to deliver powerful blows as well as greatly increasing their resistance to damage. Upgrades, 0 of 3, common. Requirements, body 5. Cost, 3000 MP. Although Jake didn't think he needed to increase his strength, this skill improved his body's ability to withstand damage, which was always a good thing. Skill, Enhanced Regeneration. Description, significantly improves the mutant's ability to heal severe injuries, letting their body recover at an accelerated rate while consuming the same amount of mana as before. Upgrades, 0 of 3, common. Requirements, body 7, magic 5, mind 3. Cost, 5000 MP. This skill was supposed to let his body heal faster, sealing severe wounds at an accelerated rate. Faster healing usually resulted in increased mana consumption, but with this skill, his body should use the same amount of mana as before, despite the increased healing speed. Skill, Feral Instincts. Description, heightens the mutant's senses to an extraordinary level, granting them keen awareness and intuition akin to a primal predator. With this skill, the mutant can perceive threats before they happen, allowing them to detect ambushes and evade attacks, staying one step ahead in any confrontation. Upgrades, 0 of 3, common. Requirements, mind 5, magic 3. Cost, 4000 MP. Of the 3 skills, this one appealed to him the most. He wondered how it worked. Perhaps it was similar to the Spidey sense? One by one, Jake purchased all 3 skills, spending 12,000 MP in total. He believed he now met all the requirements for evolving to Stage 2. To confirm, he summoned the evolution menu and reviewed the information. Requirements for evolving to Stage 2. Level, 25. Attributes, body 5, mind 5, magic 5. Skills. Enhanced Senses rank 2. Enhanced Agility rank 2. Enhanced Intelligence rank 2. Enhanced Reflexes rank I. Enhanced Strength rank I. Enhanced Regeneration rank I. Feral Instincts rank I. Evolve, Y/N. With all requirements satisfied, he was ready to evolve into the next stage. Without hesitation, Jake thought yes. The time had come for him to undergo his evolution into stage 2. As soon as he confirmed, the process of transforming his body into the next form began. Jake opened his eyes when he felt a strange sensation wash over him. His transformation from a human into a mutant was very painful. However, at this moment, he felt no pain at all as his body, solely composed of a unique blend of obsidian-like material and mana, was changing into the next form. He could feel his body shift and morph in subtle ways. He was getting somewhat taller as his posture took on a slightly hunched form while his limbs extended ever so slightly. He also noticed his obsidian-black flesh was thickening and becoming denser. The most significant change came to his face. He felt a peculiar sensation as his face began to elongate slightly. But what surprised him the most was the feeling of a mouth being formed. He had long since grown accustomed to not having a mouth and had thought he would never have one again. As it turned out, he'd been mistaken. Moreover, something resembling teeth extended from his newly formed jaws. As soon as the process was complete, a single system message flashed through his mind. The transformation into evolution stage 2 is finished. Jake examined his transformed body. He was now somewhat taller, with longer limbs and thicker skin. Other than that, his body hadn't changed much. He still had the general shape of a human being. Except for his face, of course. He hesitantly reached up to touch his altered face. He still didn't have a nose or ears. However, his face now had a slightly elongated, snout-like structure, and sure enough, it now had a mouth filled with jagged, pointed teeth. For a moment, he kept feeling them with his fingers. Since his body didn't have skin, he also didn't have lips. Thus, the jagged teeth were always on display. They weren't exactly teeth in the general sense of the word. Instead of being human teeth, they were natural extensions of his unique composition. They were larger than human teeth, triangular in shape, tapering to a point, and razor-sharp. So the evolution into stage 2 had given him a new weapon. In addition to his claws and tentacles, he could now use his jaws in battles, allowing him to bite his enemies. The thought of ripping pieces of flesh out of his enemies with his newly formed teeth filled him with a strange mix of revulsion and excitement. He then gingerly closed his large mouth, and the jagged teeth interlocked with each other. They fit together seamlessly, forming a menacing barrier that seemed to blend flawlessly with the rest of his obsidian-like face, or snout, as it seemed to be a more appropriate term now. His teeth pressed so closely together that it appeared as if he had no mouth at all when it was closed. He tried to say something, but no sound came out. Even though he had a mouth now, he still couldn't speak. He didn't have any organs for producing sounds, no lungs, no larynx, no vocal cords, no tongue, nothing. His body was still composed entirely of some kind of obsidian-like material, with mana stored within it. Jake couldn't see how scary he looked, because there were no reflective surfaces nearby. However, he could guess that his new ferocious appearance was a stark contrast to his formerly featureless visage. If he previously appeared scary, his menacing unblinking eyes and snout-like face filled with razor-sharp teeth should now give him an absolutely terrifying look. Finally, Jake withdrew his hands from his face and took a few steps across the roof. Immediately, he became aware of a few things. There was a fluidity to his movements that he hadn't thought possible before. His agility and control over his body had reached a whole new level. His senses and mind had also become much sharper. He wondered why this was the case. Perhaps he'd acquired new skills? It was time to find out. He closed his eyes and summoned his stats. Instantly, a flood of system messages filled his mind. You have successfully evolved into Stage 2 Savage Ascent. You will now receive 5 SP with each level up. Each of your attributes has received 20 points. Body has gone up from 7 to 27. Mind has gone up from 5 to 25. Magic has gone up from 5 to 25. The following of your abilities have been elevated from common to uncommon, unlocking 1 new upgrade. Claws. The following of your skills have been elevated from common to uncommon, unlocking 1 new upgrade. Enhanced senses. Enhanced agility. Enhanced intelligence. The Evolution Stage 2, Savage Ascent section has been unlocked in the Genetic Development interface. You have received 5000 XP. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level went up from 29 to 30. You have gained 5 SP. Wow, Jake thought. He felt a wave of excitement wash over him. Receiving 20 points for each of his attributes explained why he was more agile and had sharper senses and mind. Each of his skills that had evolved to the uncommon rarity now had a new upgrade available for purchase. These were all very exciting developments. Also, evolving into Stage 2 had given him 5000 XP, causing him to level up and granting him 5 SP. The prospect of receiving 5 skill points upon each level up filled him with a great sense of excitement. Finally, he dismissed the system messages and shifted his attention to his stats. Name, Jake Turner. Race, Human Morphus. Evolution Stage 2, Savage Ascent. Level, 30. XP, 1750/3875. SP, 5. MP, 17,965. Body, 27. Mind, 25. Magic, 25. Claws, Rank 2, 100%. Upgrades, 2 of 4, Uncommon. Swords, Rank I, 100%. Upgrades, 3 of 3, Common. Bladed Tentacles, Rank I, 74%. Upgrades, 1 of 3, Common. Enhanced Senses, Rank 2, 100%. Upgrades, 0 of 4, Uncommon. Enhanced Agility, Rank 2, 100%. Upgrades, 3 of 4, Uncommon. Enhanced Intelligence, Rank 2, 100%. Upgrades, 0 of 4, Uncommon. Enhanced Reflexes, Rank I, 78%. Upgrades, 0 of 3, Common. Enhanced Strength, Rank I, 0%. Upgrades, 0 of 3, Common. Enhanced Regeneration, Rank I, 0%. Upgrades, 0 of 3, Common. Feral Instincts, Rank I, 0%. Upgrades, 0 of 3, Common. One by one, he used 4 skill points to raise Claws, Enhanced Agility, Enhanced Senses, and Enhanced Intelligence from Rank 2 to Rank 3. He used the 5th skill point to increase Swords from Rank I to Rank 2. The progress bar for each of these skills and abilities reset to 0, ready to progress once more. Each of the skills that had evolved from Common to Uncommon had a new upgrade available, but since Jake had no more skill points at the moment, he decided to check them out at a later time. He then opened the skill store. Genetic Development Interface. Evolution Stage 1, Primordial Form. Abilities, 3 of 4. Skills, 7 of 7. Ability, Smash Fists. Requirements, Body 2. Cost, 2000 MP. Skill, Enhanced Senses. Requirements, none. Cost, already owned. Skill, Enhanced Agility. Requirements, none. Cost, already owned. Skill, Enhanced Intelligence. Requirements, none. Cost, already owned. Skill, Enhanced Reflexes. Requirements, Body 5, Mind 3. Cost, already owned. Skill, Enhanced Strength. Requirements, Body 5. Cost, already owned. Skill, Enhanced Regeneration. Requirements, Body 7, Magic 5, Mind 3. Cost, already owned. Skill, Feral Instincts. Requirements, Mind 5, Magic 3. Cost, already owned. Ability, Claws. Requirements, Body 1. Cost, already owned. Ability, Swords. Requirements, Body 3. Cost, already owned. Ability, Bladed Tentacles. Requirements, Body 2, Magic 1. Cost, already owned. It was the old section that contained skills and abilities from his previous stage, Primordial Form. The only ability he had yet to acquire from this section was Smash Fists. As for Bladed Tentacles, they initially were not present on the list. Instead, they were added after he completed a mutation research quest. Anyway, having evolved to Stage 2, he could now access the second section of the Genetic Development Interface. He did so with a thought. Evolution Stage 2, Savage Ascent, Level 25. Abilities, 0 of 4. Skills, 0 of 4. Ability, Gravity Leap. Requirements, Body 43, Mind 40, Magic 37. Cost, 17,000 MP. Ability, Acidic Spit. Requirements: Body 45, Magic 45. Cost: 20,000 MP. Ability: Serpentine Form. Requirements: Body 50, Mind 45, Magic 50. Cost: 25,000 MP. Ability: Spikes. Requirements: Body 60, Magic 65. Cost: 30,000 MP. Skill: Enhanced Durability. Requirements: Body 30. Cost: 12,000 MP. Skill: Adhesive Secretion. Requirements: Body 40, Magic 35. Cost: 15,000 MP. Skill: Toxic Resistance. Requirements: Body 45. Cost: 23,000 MP. Skill: Adaptive Armor. Requirements: Body 55, Magic 50. Cost: 27,000 MP. Currently, there were 4 skills and 4 abilities in this section, but Jake was aware that more could be added after he completed additional mutation research quests, as was the case with the Bladed Tentacles ability. Jake couldn't help but notice that all the skills and abilities in the second section were much more expensive than those in the previous one. The cheapest one was Enhanced Durability, priced at a whopping 12,000 MP. While he could purchase it, he didn't meet its attribute requirement yet. Also, buying it would have left him with only 5,000 MP, which probably wasn't all that much now. Since he had just evolved into the next form and become much more powerful, his body would likely require significantly more mana to function than before. The requirements for the skills and abilities in the second section were also substantial. Out of curiosity, he randomly chose some of the skills and skimmed through them without paying too much attention to the descriptions. Since he couldn't buy any of them at the moment, he was mostly interested in their rarity. It turned out that each of them was of the uncommon rarity and therefore had 4 available upgrades. After Jake finished examining all the new information in both his stats and the skill store, he opened his eyes, causing all the information to disappear. The first rays of morning sunlight touched his altered form. Having evolved into Stage 2, Jake was excited to continue his journey as a mutant, ready to tackle new challenges along the way. Wheeling around, he ran toward the edge of the roof. With his attributes greatly increased, he moved with even more speed and agility than before. Reaching the edge of the roof, he easily launched himself toward the next building. Foul water splashed in all directions as a mutated rat collapsed onto the overflowing floor of the tunnel. Jake quickly spun around to confront another creature. He found himself surrounded by several mutated rats, with more splashing through the tunnels toward the 4-way intersection where the fight was unfolding. These mutated rats resembled a blend of rats and kangaroos, possessing the body size and structure of the latter, allowing them to move fast, bounding on their hind legs. They quickly closed in on Jake from all directions. Despite being heavily outnumbered, Jake wasn't in any kind of danger. Having leveled up to 30 and evolved to Stage 2, he was now even more powerful and agile than before. Enhanced reflexes helped him evade enemy attacks with ease, while enhanced strength allowed him to deal with weak mutants like mutated rats with just a few quick strikes. This skill also made his flesh more resilient to damage. Enhanced regeneration allowed his body to heal minor injuries in just a few seconds, consuming the same amount of mana as before. Jake felt invincible now. A sudden sense of danger flashed in his mind. It was the feral instinct skill at work, warning him of some kind of danger he wasn't aware of. He immediately jumped to the side, and in the next instant, the jaws of a mutated rat that had sneaked up on him from behind snapped shut on the empty spot he'd just vacated. Jake struck out at the mutant, his claws sinking deeply into the flesh, nearly severing the rat's body in half. After evolving, Jake had spent some time roaming the city, hunting down groups of ex-humans. He quickly learned that weaker types of mutants like walkers and leapers posed no threat to him at all now. Their claws and sharp teeth couldn't even penetrate his toughened flesh anymore. Even shamblers and whippers couldn't withstand his attacks for more than a few seconds now. At some point, he stumbled upon a chaser, the most dangerous opponent he'd faced so far. However, as it turned out, a mutant of the chaser breed was no longer much of a threat to him either. Thanks to the latest upgrades, Jake had become far more agile and powerful than before, outmatching the speed and agility of the chaser. He easily dodged and blocked all of its attacks, successfully landing each of his own strikes. None of the ex-human types he currently encountered posed any threat to him anymore. He needed to find stronger enemies to level up faster. That was why he descended into the sewers. However, he quickly learned that the two types of inhabitants there were also too weak for him now. One of the mutated rats suddenly lurched toward him, nearly succeeding in sinking its teeth into him. With the creature too close for a claw attack, it felt more natural and convenient to bite it instead. Leaning in, Jake opened his jaws wide, sinking his own teeth deeply into the creature's shoulder area. Well, those weren't actually teeth, but rather natural extensions of his body, with a triangular shape and razor-sharp edges. However, he'd come to think of them as teeth. He then pulled his head back, ripping a huge chunk of flesh out of the mutated rat's body. The creature emitted a shrill cry of pain. Jake spat out the chunk of flesh before delivering the final blow to the wounded mutant. It wasn't the first time he'd used his teeth to bite his enemies. He quickly learned that while he had a finely crafted mouth with jaws, jagged teeth, and an oral cavity, it wasn't designed for eating or breathing, as his magical body had no need for either function. With no throat cavity, he was unable to swallow anything placed in his mouth, even if he desired to. It appeared that the sole function of his jaws filled with sharp teeth was for use as a weapon. Finally, he dealt with the last of the mutated rats. He glanced around, but there were no more enemies in sight. The sewers were once again quiet. Jake chose a direction that led into a section of the sewers he hadn't yet explored during this trip and continued on. For some time, he traversed the dark and damp tunnels without encountering any more mutants. He'd been in the underground tunnels for a while now, having dealt with lots of mutants. It was all quiet now. Putrid water trickled along the tunnel floors. Here and there, murky water ran in rivulets down the walls as well. A foul scent permeated the air wherever he went. It was a truly unpleasant place to be in, but Jake remained unfazed by that. In some areas, sunlight filtered in through the cracks above, but the deeper sections of the sewers were shrouded in total darkness. His incredible sight allowed him to see extremely well in the dark. Unperturbed by the lack of light, the foul scent, and the damp, dirty conditions of the sewers, he continued to navigate the underground tunnels. Aside from the gurgle emanating from the running water and the splashes from his footsteps, silence enveloped the tunnels. He'd been in the sewers for a while now, having dealt with most of their inhabitants. Unable to find any more mutants to kill, he decided not to waste any more time and turned back. At some point, he suddenly encountered a devourer, a mutant breed that resembled an alligator with the body and size of a grizzly bear. Having encountered a few devourers in the last half hour of his journey through the sewers, he was aware that this mutant posed no threat to him anymore. While a devourer could move quite fast in a straight line and was extremely strong, it was clumsy and sluggish, unable to turn quickly. Jake danced around the massive mutant, striking out at it with his claws. It took him about 15 seconds to deal with the monster. When the devourer collapsed to the ground, sending splashes of filthy water in all directions, a system notification appeared in his mind. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level went up from 30 to 31. You have gained 5 SP. Getting 5 skill points instead of just 1 was really nice. However, Jake decided to get out of the sewers before allocating them. On his way back, he passed the door that led to a dungeon. He gave a mental command to appraise the door, prompting a piece of information to surface in his mind. Name, the Maze of Torment. Floors, 5. Recommended level, 15 to 20. He knew that he couldn't open the door without a skeleton key. It was really a shame. The dungeon was designated for levels 15 to 20, and he was already at level 31, well above the recommended range of levels for the dungeon. Nonetheless, once he obtained a skeleton key, he planned to explore the dungeon and uncover its secrets. Only he still had no idea where to find a skeleton key. Perhaps, being a mutant, he wasn't even supposed to get one. Could it be that only regular survivors could obtain them by completing some special missions? Once Jake returned to street level, he entered the nearest high-rise building, ascended the stairs, and a minute later emerged onto the rooftop. A magical anomaly hovered above the surface, positioned near the center of the roof. Jake had been on this roof before, so he was well aware of the anomaly's presence there. However, out of habit, he appraised it with a thought. To his surprise, a system message popped up in his head. A challenge is available. See the details, Y/N. This anomaly hadn't had a challenge to offer before. How come it had one now? Jake didn't know, so he simply accepted. Speed trial, reach all the waypoints before time runs out. Time limit, 15 seconds. Waypoints, 15. Difficulty, hard. Recommended stats, Evolution Stage 2, Savage Ascent, Level 30, Body 25. Reward, 5000 XP, 20,000 MP, the Mana Vision perk. Accept, Y/N. So this challenge was designed for Evolution Stage 2. When Jake first encountered it, he'd been at Stage 1, which was likely the reason the challenge hadn't been shown to him then. He reviewed the rewards for the challenge once more. If he successfully completed the speed trial, in addition to XP and MP, he would receive Mana Vision. He wasn't sure what this perk was for, but it clearly had something to do with mana. Jake was eager to find out what this perk did. Without giving the matter more thought, he thought yes. As soon as he accepted, a brief message emerged in his mind. Challenge accepted. The speed trial will begin shortly. Jake readied himself to spring into action. Jake sailed across the gap between two buildings, the wind rushing against his body. A second later, he landed on the other rooftop and immediately sprinted toward a shaft of light rising from the center of the roof, a waypoint. As soon as he reached the beacon, it disappeared. Plus 15 seconds. Jake slowed down a bit to locate the next waypoint. In the distance, to his right, he spotted another column of light emanating from the rooftop of a building several high-rises away. Jake wasted no time adjusting his course. He quickly summoned the status of the challenge. Speed trial progression. Waypoints, 11/15. Remaining time, 17.72 seconds. He was nearing the end of the speed trial, with just a few more waypoints to go. While the difficulty of this challenge was hard, he actually found it relatively easy. His speed and acrobatic skills allowed him to reach each waypoint with several seconds to spare. All the beacons appeared on rooftops, so all he needed to do was run and jump from one rooftop to another. There were no mutants or anomalies along his path, allowing him to focus entirely on the task at hand. Upon reaching a waypoint, 15 seconds were added to the countdown, giving him just enough time to reach the next one without the timer completely running out. Finally, there remained the last beam of light that he needed to reach. Unlike all the previous ones, it was a different color to indicate it was the finish line, as it were. It didn't take Jake long to reach it. Notably, the final waypoint was located on the roof where the anomaly that had triggered the speed trial was. Once he reached it, a notification appeared in his mind. Speed trial complete. You have received 5000 XP. You have received the Mana Vision perk. Immediately after that, another notification popped up. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level went up from 31 to 32. You have gained 5 SP. Completing speed trials was definitely the easiest and fastest way to level up. Jake hoped he would encounter more of them in the future. Perhaps, now that he was at Evolution Stage 2, more anomalies would have challenges to offer. That would be really nice. Then something strange happened. The anomaly began to shrink as bluish energy flowed out of it toward him, being absorbed by his body. A second later, the anomaly ceased to exist. You have received 20,000 MP. So he now had 10 skill points to allocate and over 30,000 mana points. He'd also gained Mana Vision, but before figuring out what this perk was for, he wanted to assign his skill points and maybe use some of his MP to obtain new skills. He closed his eyes and summoned the genetic development interface. For a moment, he browsed through the second section of the skill store. The skill that was the most affordable and had the easiest requirements to meet was Enhanced Durability. It cost only 12,000 MP and required his body attribute to be at 30. Next came the Adhesive Secretion skill and the Gravity Leap ability. The former cost 15,000 MP, and its requirements were body at 40 and magic at 35. The latter cost 17,000 MP, and its requirements were body at 43, mind at 40, and magic at 37. Although both of these skills piqued his interest, when he reviewed his attributes, he realized it would be a little while before he could acquire them. Body, 27. Mind, 25. Magic, 25. For now, he could put 3 skill points into body and buy enhanced durability. However, after pondering for a moment, he chose not to do so right now. Instead, he opted to use his current skill points to obtain some new upgrades for the skills and abilities he already possessed. Later, he would acquire enhanced durability and then work toward adhesive secretion and gravity leap. So he decided to obtain some upgrades for the skills and abilities he already had. First, he checked the available upgrades for claws. He'd already acquired 2 upgrades for this ability, one to strengthen his claws and another to reduce the transformation time from hands to claws. Another upgrade was available to increase the length of his claws, but he'd never obtained it because he saw no need to increase their reach. After raising the rarity of the ability from common to uncommon, a 4th upgrade was unlocked. Jake checked it out. For enhanced claws to be capable of tearing apart solid materials like metal with ease. Cost, 1 SP, requirements, body 25, enhanced strength. It was an uncommon upgrade, so while it cost 1 SP, just like common ones, it had its own set of requirements. Luckily, his body was at 27, and he'd already acquired enhanced strength, allowing him to get the upgrade. He spent 1 skill point to acquire it. He'd obtained all 3 available upgrades for swords, and since this ability was still common, it didn't have a 4th upgrade yet. Enhanced agility, on the other hand, had already been elevated to uncommon, unlocking a new upgrade. Jake checked it out. For achieve superior balance and coordination, gaining precise and fluid movements while maintaining control and stability in various dynamic situations like battles or climbing. Cost, 1 SP, requirements, body 22. He acquired it by spending another skill point. He'd never obtained any upgrades for enhanced senses or enhanced intelligence, so it was time to fix that now. Both of these skills had been elevated to the uncommon rarity, each unlocking a 4th upgrade. He first checked out the enhanced senses skill. Upgrade options, uncommon. 1 heightened sensory perception to detect faint sounds and subtle movements, discovering secrets, hidden enemies, or potential ambushes. Cost, 1 SP. 2 develop nearly perfect night vision. Cost, 1 SP. 3 improve the sense of smell to identify scents from great distances and differentiate between various odors. Cost, 1 SP. 4 enhance tactile sensitivity for better touch perception to detect vibrations or subtle movements through touch. Cost, 1 SP, requirements, mind 25. Jake used 4 skill points to acquire all of these upgrades. He then checked out the available upgrades for the enhanced intelligence skill. Upgrade options, uncommon. 1 greatly enhanced memory for faster information processing. Cost, 1 SP. 2 analyze the behaviors of various living beings to predict their next moves and learn their intentions, motivations, and potential reactions in various situations. Cost, 1 SP. 3 quickly come up with effective strategies for defeating enemies and overcoming challenges. Cost, 1 SP. 4 develop a heightened sense of intuition to predict possible outcomes in various situations, quickly finding solutions and adapting to changing circumstances. Cost, 1 SP, requirements, mind 25. Jake used his last 4 skill points to acquire all these upgrades. With that, all 10 skill points were spent. Jake opened his eyes. He'd just acquired several upgrades for his skills and abilities. He didn't feel any different from before, but it didn't surprise him. He knew that some of the recently acquired upgrades would only show their effects under specific conditions. For now, he decided it would be beneficial to sum them up. As a reward for successfully completing the recent speed trial, he'd also gained the Mana Vision perk. However, he wanted to address the upgrades first. Morphing his hands into claws, he quickly inspected them. They appeared unchanged, but they should now be powerful enough to rip and tear solid materials like metal without much trouble. There were currently no objects nearby for him to use his claws on, but an opportunity to test the upgrade would surely present itself at some point. It was the same with the upgrade he'd acquired for enhanced agility. Right now, he didn't feel any effects from the new upgrade, but in battles or active physical activities like climbing, he should have much better control over his body. He'd acquired all 4 available upgrades for enhanced intelligence. The first one was supposed to significantly improve his memory. The second one should allow him to analyze his enemies to predict their intentions and potential actions. The other 2 were more interesting. The third one should let him quickly come up with strategies for defeating enemies and overcoming challenges. The fourth one was supposed to give him a sense of intuition to predict the outcomes of various situations. Combined, these 2 upgrades should be greatly beneficial in battles as well as various dangerous situations where quick decision-making was crucial for his survival. He'd also acquired 4 upgrades for enhanced senses, further improving all his senses. His sense of smell should allow him to detect a wider range of scents than before. He concentrated on it for a moment, but there weren't many distinct scents in his vicinity. His improved sense of hearing could let him hear even the faintest noises, aiding in detecting ambushes, which would surely come in handy. The upgrade to his eyesight was designed to improve his night vision. While he could already see well in the dark, this upgrade promised nearly flawless night vision. Since it was currently daytime, he couldn't put it to the test, though. The most interesting upgrade for enhanced senses was the fourth one, which enhanced his sense of touch. It was designed to allow him to perceive even the faintest vibrations through touch. He decided to test it out. He still stood on the roof of a high-rise building. The soles of his mutated feet were very thick, dampening most sensations. He crouched down and placed the palm of his right hand on the surface. At first, he didn't feel much. He closed his eyes and concentrated solely on his tactile sensations. Gradually, he detected faint vibrations through his palm, but he wasn't sure what they meant. They seemed to originate from the depths of the building. Then something happened. At first, he thought the vibrations were intensifying for some reason. Almost immediately, he realized he was mistaken. His acute sense of hearing picked up distant rumbling sounds. They were emanating from somewhere behind him, steadily growing louder. He immediately opened his eyes and jumped to his feet. Turning around, he gazed into the distance where the sounds seemed to be coming from. At first, all he saw was the sky obscured with gray clouds. Gradually, he discerned a dot blackening against the gloomy backdrop. Something was flying in his general direction. The low thudding noise grew louder by the second, rapid beats accompanied by a rumbling sound. Although the flying vehicle was still too distant to make out any details, Jake had already identified it as a helicopter. It was steadily approaching the building where he stood. A few moments later, the helicopter came into view. As it neared the rooftop where Jake stood, he examined the rotorcraft. He couldn't help but marvel at the sight before him. In his previous life as a regular survivor, he'd driven a pickup truck he'd come across in a parking garage. He also saw other survivors drive cars. While they were functional, those vehicles were old, rusty, and battered. They looked exactly like vehicles one would expect to encounter in a post-apocalyptic setting. The helicopter drifting closer and closer to his building was very different, though. Not only did it appear brand new, but it also looked like something out of a sci-fi movie. Its futuristic design reminded him of the high-altitude aircraft from which airdrops were deployed. He'd never found out if those aircraft were piloted or worked solely autonomously. He remembered thinking that they could potentially be entirely controlled by an AI, which operated under the system. The noise of the rotor blades and the engine grew louder as the helicopter continued to draw closer. Given the similarities in futuristic design between those aircraft and the approaching helicopter, Jake first thought the latter might also be AI-controlled. However, as it drew closer, he made out the pilot behind the cockpit glass. His head was inclined, turning from side to side as if looking for something or somebody on the streets below. One of the helicopter's side sliding doors was open, exposing a mounted heavy-caliber machine gun manned by another person. Both the pilot and the door gunner were scanning the streets below, unaware of his presence yet. Jake couldn't help but notice that each of them had a red scarf wrapped around their necks. Moreover, while the helicopter was entirely black, it featured a crude image of a human skull with two curved horns hand-drawn in red paint on its nose and each side door. Los demonios again, huh? The helicopter seemed incredibly new, almost as though it had just been assembled in the factory. The hand-drawn demon skull symbols appeared fresh as well, and his keen sense of smell picked up the lingering scent of paint. So many questions swirled in his mind. Were these guys actually from the gang? He already knew that the members of this gang, whom he'd mentally dubbed the demons, were well equipped, but he'd never imagined they had access not only to a variety of land vehicles but aircraft as well. How did they manage to acquire a helicopter? Why didn't any of the other survivors he encountered have one? Why did their helicopter look futuristic instead of being worn and weathered like all the other vehicles found in this post-apocalyptic world? Jake didn't have time to dwell on it, though. Both the pilot and the door gunner spotted him. The helicopter moved closer, then turned so that the side with the door gunner faced him. Clouds of dust whipped up from the rooftop, caught in its downwash as the helicopter hovered motionlessly several yards from the building. The door gunner stared right at him, and the pilot had his head turned to look in his direction as well. Their expressions of surprise made it clear they'd never encountered a mutant like him before. The door gunner subtly adjusted the machine gun barrel and then opened fire on Jake. Right before the door gunner opened fire on him, a couple of possible scenarios ran through Jake's mind. He could run across the roof and jump toward the helicopter. It was only a few yards away and slightly higher than the roof, so he was certain he would be able to make the jump without much trouble. Would he be able to cling to the helicopter, though? The best option was to jump toward the open door and grab hold of the machine gun or the edges of the door to prevent himself from falling. But he would need to run across the roof in a straight line, while the door gunner would be shooting at him. He wouldn't be able to avoid getting hit. And if he tried to dodge the bullets, he wouldn't be able to build up enough momentum to make the jump. While his mutated body was extremely durable and resilient to damage, the heavy-caliber machine gun looked powerful enough to do a number on his body. A few hits might not be enough to kill him, but it would definitely slow him down. Also, getting hit while airborne could disrupt his momentum, possibly preventing him from reaching the helicopter altogether. So running and jumping directly toward the door where the door gunner stood was too risky. Another option was to try to jump toward the nose of the helicopter. His claws were powerful enough to pierce through the metal shell of the chopper. His enhanced strength and agility should allow him to cling to the helicopter. The pilot would undoubtedly attempt to dislodge him from the craft, but it wouldn't be an easy task. The pilot wouldn't be too reckless about it for fear of losing control of the chopper and potentially causing a crash. The next step would be to either break the windshield or make his way to the open door. Although the second option carried risks, it seemed more likely to succeed. All these predictions and calculations flashed through his mind in a millisecond, thanks to his upgraded, enhanced intelligence. However, in the end, Jake decided not to take any action against the demons, even though he was confident that if he attempted the second option, he would likely succeed. Although his chances of boarding their helicopter were favorable, he decided not to attempt it. Since he'd previously made a decision to avoid unnecessary confrontations with humans, it was best to adhere to that choice. Having decided to flee rather than fight the two demons in the black helicopter, he spun around just as the door gunner opened fire on him. He immediately leaped to the side just before the heavy-caliber round stitched a line of holes through the rooftop where he'd been standing a fraction of a second before. He dashed across the roof at his top speed. Running away from those he saw as prey felt wrong. He was a predator now, so he shouldn't run away unless being severely wounded or facing serious danger that called for a tactical retreat. Which wasn't the case at that moment. He was confident he could eliminate the two humans inside the helicopter without much difficulty. His inhuman mind worked notably differently from a human's, making his predatory instinct scream at him to show the audacious humans that they should be the ones fleeing, not him. The urge to stop fleeing and fight back was so strong he even slowed down for a moment, his instincts of a predator battling with common sense for control over his actions. As soon as he slowed down, he felt a punch to his back as one of the heavy-caliber rounds hit him. The impact was so powerful it made him stumble. He immediately felt anger rise within him. As a mutant, he hardly ever experienced emotions. However, at that moment, the realization that he was forcing himself to flee from his prey instead of confronting it stirred feelings of anger within him. It took him by surprise. He had never felt this way before. Even though he couldn't see the bullet wound on his back, he could sense it was quite large. The material his body was made of was quite robust, preventing the round from passing through completely. However, the hole it had punched in his back was large enough to cause mana to seep out. He currently had plenty of mana stored within him, but losing that precious magical energy was never a good thing. It only fueled the anger he felt. That was when his inner beast stirred from its slumber. It immediately began whispering and urging him to stop running and fight the two foolish humans who had dared to attack him. It was urging him to assert his dominance and show the humans who was the ultimate predator there. This realization sobered Jake to some extent. He once again remembered his principle of avoiding conflicts with humans unless absolutely necessary. He refused to let his inner beast dictate to him what to do. He had to preserve what little humanity was left within him. So instead of turning around and confronting the two audacious demons inside the helicopter, he resumed sprinting across the rooftop. Upon reaching its edge, he leaped over the gap to another high-rise building. Once he landed, he glanced over his shoulder. The door gunner couldn't take proper aim because Jake was now too far away. The demon stopped shooting, and the chopper pivoted toward Jake before giving chase. Persistent, Eincha? He thought. He continued to run. After jumping to another rooftop, he glanced back again. The helicopter was still in pursuit, closing in rapidly. It was incredibly fast, indicating that giving it the slip wouldn't be easy. So instead of fleeing, he decided to seek refuge inside one of the buildings. Sprinting across the rooftop, he leaped to the next high-rise. He didn't need to look back to know the helicopter was almost on top of him. The thudding of its rotor blades and the downwash they caused were unmistakable signs. Jake entered the staircase and went down one flight of steps, stopping on the top half landing. There was no need to descend any further. He waited, listening to the sound of rotor blades coming from outside, wondering whether the helicopter would touch down on the roof or not. If the two demons were foolish enough to follow him into the building, it would be a grave mistake on their part. For a moment, he listened. Judging from the sounds outside, the chopper was hovering above the rooftop. Then, the hum of the engine intensified slightly before starting to fade out. The helicopter was moving away. The demons had decided not to chase him anymore. It was a good decision, for sure. It might have saved their lives, because Jake wasn't sure for how long he could have kept his inner beast restrained. He waited until the sound was barely audible before getting back up on the roof. He glanced around, looking for the helicopter. He spotted it heading northeast, quickly moving away from his position. Jake watched as it became a mere speck against the gray sky. A moment later, it disappeared completely. For a moment, Jake remained where he was, staring into the distance where the chopper had just disappeared. He was deep in thought. In retrospect, when the two people aboard the helicopter noticed him, he could have waved at them. Since they didn't immediately attack him, he could have attempted to demonstrate that he was an intelligent being, not a mindless creature like the other ex-humans. However, at that time, the thought of trying to communicate with the two of them hadn't even crossed his mind. Now that he was reflecting on it, he understood why. Sure, he could communicate with humans, but it wasn't all that easy for him to do. There was a time when a group of survivors he'd encountered tried to kill him, even though he raised his hands and shook his head, doing his best to express his reluctance to fight. Only one of them, a young woman named Elena, took notice, while the rest disregarded his attempts to communicate and opened fire on him. Survivors saw him as a terrifying monster with a strange body and menacing, emotionless eyes. Now that he'd evolved into the next form, he looked even more frightening than before. So, while he'd previously wanted to convey to people that he wasn't just a mindless mutant, he now realized he no longer cared about it. In the initial days following his transformation, he'd really wanted to demonstrate his intelligence to others. In his very first endeavor to communicate with humans as a mutant, he tried to show Isra and her companions that he was an intelligent being like them. At that time, it had appeared important to him for some reason. However, it was no longer the case. He didn't care what survivors thought about him anymore. He no longer cared if they deemed him just a mindless monster and had no intention of trying to convince them otherwise anymore. He no longer had any desire to communicate with them. After all, he now had very different goals and needs from those of humans. So there was simply no reason to go out of his way to convince every single survivor he met that he was sentient. Besides, as he'd recently learned, he was a monster. While a fragment of his humanity remained, he recognized that he was at least 50% a monster, and he'd fully embraced his monster nature by now. So there was no point in trying to convince humans he wasn't a monster while he actually was, and he saw no reason to needlessly interact with them anymore. Giving the matter no more thought, he surveyed the area. High-rise buildings surrounded him, some reaching the same height as the building he stood on, while others loomed much higher. Before continuing his journey, he wanted to check something. He closed his eyes and summoned the perk menu. He currently had 2 perks at his disposal, Enemy Appraisal, Rank 2, and Mana Vision, Rank I. The first one allowed him to view basic information about mutants or humans, including their attributes, skills, abilities, and whatnot. Jake was already familiar with how Enemy Appraisal worked, so he shifted his attention to Mana Vision. He'd recently acquired this perk but hadn't had the chance to check it out yet. Mana Vision, Rank I allows you to detect nearby sources of mana. Raised to Rank 2, Y/N, cost, 1 SP. This perk seemed to be extremely useful. Jake opened his eyes and attempted to use it. However, nothing happened. As far as he knew, perks were activated with a single thought. He pondered for a moment, wondering why the perk didn't work. A realization dawned on him. He shut his eyes and tried to use Mana Vision once more. This time, the perk worked. He saw blue glowing lights materialize before him. He made a slow 360, noticing plenty of them around him. Jake immediately realized the strange radiant lights indicated the locations of mana consumables. Some were positioned far below him, likely at street level, while others appeared to float in the air at different heights, suggesting that these mana items were located on various floors of different buildings. Some of the blue lights were about an inch in diameter, while the others were much smaller. Initially, Jake thought the size difference indicated the distance to the sources of mana. However, he soon realized he was mistaken. The distance to the mana sources was actually indicated by their brightness. Those lights that were farther away were dimmer. So the difference in size of the glowing lights indicated the size of the actual mana consumables. The tiny lights, resembling dots, likely represented the smallest mana consumables like beads or marbles, holding 100 and 250 MP respectively. The larger lights could represent shards and chunks, corresponding to 500 and 1000 MP respectively. Jake continued to slowly pivot until he completed a full circle. The glowing lights that were far from him were barely visible. He couldn't see the distribution of mana consumables throughout the entire city. According to his calculations, the Mana Vision perk had an effective range of about 500 yards. Raising the perk to the next rank would likely increase the diameter of its effective range. Anyway, this perk was undoubtedly very useful. Thanks to it, finding mana consumables would no longer be any trouble at all. By using Mana Vision, he would be able to collect mana quickly and would always have enough amounts of this precious energy for both sustaining his magical body and acquiring new skills and abilities. Jake turned toward the nearest blue glowing light. It hovered somewhat lower than his current position. The light was quite small, indicating it was either a bead or a marble. After committing its location to memory, Jake opened his eyes. In front of him stood another building, and the mana consumable he'd just located should be on one of the lower floors. He ran across the rooftop and leaped toward the building. He discovered that the staircase was completely destroyed. With all the steps missing, the staircase had been turned into an empty shaft running all the way down to the first floor. However, there were pieces of rebar protruding from the walls, providing plenty of handholds. Stepping to the edge of the doorway, he jumped down and grabbed hold of the nearest piece of rebar sticking out from one wall, breaking his fall. Dangling from the piece of rebar, gripping it with one hand, Jake closed his eyes and activated Mana Vision once again. The glowing light indicated that the mana consumable he was after was located roughly 2 floors below him. He opened his eyes and proceeded with his descent down the shaft, using his legs to push off the walls, leaping from one handhold to the next. Occasionally, he shut his eyes to verify the location of the mana item. Finally, he descended to the same level as the mana consumable. He pushed off the wall, letting go of the piece of rebar he held onto, propelling himself to soar across the shaft. Twisting his body in midair to align with his trajectory, he smoothly glided through the open doorway and landed on his feet, sticking the landing. For a moment, he listened, but no sound reached him. This building, or at least this floor, appeared to be devoid of mutants. He used Mana Vision once more to orient himself, then turned in the correct direction and began searching for the mana item. It didn't take him long to find it. The mana item was in one of the rooms, lying on the floor amid piles of debris. As he'd anticipated, it was a mana bead containing a meager 100 MP. After using Mana Vision once more to confirm there were no more mana consumables in the building, he returned to the shaft. He jumped toward a piece of rebar, grabbing hold of it. He effortlessly pulled himself up onto it, maintaining perfect balance as he perched on it. Spotting another piece of rebar above him, protruding from the opposite wall, he jumped up and grabbed it with both hands. He continued to ascend the shaft, climbing without any trouble whatsoever, thanks to all the agility and acrobatic skills as well as upgrades to them he'd acquired in the past several days. Within a couple of minutes, he was back on the roof. He activated Mana Vision to pinpoint the next nearest mana consumable, situated a couple of high rises away from his current position. Opening his eyes, he sprinted across the roof and leaped to the next building. Jake continued hunting for mana for some time, using Mana Vision to locate mana items. Initially, he gathered all types of mana consumables, but then opted to focus solely on the larger ones like shards and chunks. By that point, he'd collected nearly 40,000 mana points. Mana Vision proved to be an extremely useful perk. With the amount he'd collected, he could already afford to purchase a couple of skills from the genetic development interface. However, the skills designed for Evolution Stage 2 had quite demanding requirements. He needed to level up a few more times to upgrade his attributes before he could purchase any of them. Jake entered another building to find the top floor teeming with mutants. There were also several replication pods hanging from the ceiling. Dealing with the mutants didn't take long. Once the last of them was taken care of, he turned his attention to the replication pods. He stepped to the closest one, claws poised for attack. Through the transparent cocoon could be seen a mutant of the walker breed in the process of being developed. Jake gazed inside for a moment, and when he was about to slash his claws at the pod, a system notification flashed through his mind. New mutation research. Objective: analyze replication pods with 5 different types of mutants within. Difficulty: hard. Reward: mind reader, uncommon ability. Accept, Y/N. It was the second time Jake had encountered a quest of this type. The previous quest had tasked him with analyzing 3 different mutants being developed in replication pods. As a reward for completing the quest, he'd earned the Bladed Tentacles ability. This quest was very similar to the previous one. It required him to analyze 5 creatures instead of 3 as before, and its difficulty was hard. Other than that, this quest didn't differ from the last one. The reward was an ability called Mind Reader. Jake wasn't sure exactly what it did or how it worked, but judging from the name alone, this ability seemed quite interesting. It was of the uncommon rarity, too, which meant it would have 4 upgrades available for unlocking instead of the usual 3. Jake accepted the quest and gazed into the pod in front of him. He anticipated a message saying that the first mutant type had been analyzed to appear in his mind, but to his surprise, it didn't happen. Perhaps he needed to wait a bit longer? He continued to stare into the pod, watching the mutant being created inside. It was in the early stages of development, but he could already tell it was going to be a walker. Finally, a notification emerged in his mind. Only it wasn't the one he'd expected. You have already analyzed this creature. Well, that was disappointing. It turned out that he had to find pods with mutants he hadn't analyzed before. Although it was a new quest, the creatures he'd analyzed during the previous mutation research quest couldn't be counted again. He'd previously analyzed 3 types of mutants being developed in replication pods: a walker, a leaper, and a shambler. Therefore, he now had to locate pods producing mutant types other than these 3. Jake walked around the room, peering into each of the pods. However, every pod in the room contained either a walker or a leaper. He waited. When the mutants emerged from the cocoons, he dealt with them and then checked the pods once more. After releasing the fully developed mutants, they sealed shut and began to create new ones. However, when Jake peered into them, he saw they were in the process of creating walkers and leapers again. He decided to wait a bit longer. When a fresh batch of fully developed mutants emerged, he quickly killed them all and examined the replication pods again. To his dismay, they were once again producing walkers and leapers. Losing patience, Jake tore the cocoons to shreds with his claws. It seemed that these particular replication pods could only create walkers and leapers. He searched through the other floors, but there were no more replication pods anywhere in the building. It sucked. He'd completed the very first mutation research quest pretty quickly because he was able to find pods with 3 different creatures within the same building. His current quest, however, was definitely going to take longer to complete. It seemed he would need to visit multiple buildings containing replication pods before being able to complete the quest. For the next hour or so, Jake combed through several buildings, looking for those containing replication pods. Since he didn't have any means to locate replication pods in advance, he couldn't know which buildings had them and which didn't. Thus, he simply had to rely on luck, choosing buildings at random. At first, he used mana vision to locate mana consumables so he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, collect mana and come across replication pods in the process. However, later on, he decided to stop looking for mana items for now and fully concentrate on completing his quest first. He would jump to a building, thoroughly search it for replication pods from the top floor to the first one, then return to the roof and leap to another building. He moved very quickly, disregarding any distractions, not even bothering to kill any mutants he encountered unless they impeded his progress. At some point, he located a pod where a slasher was being created. He analyzed the creature, causing his quest to finally progress. A little later, in another building, he found 2 more different types of mutants being created in replication pods, a chaser and a whipper. After analyzing them, he quickly destroyed the pods to prevent the mutants from being released. After a few more trips to different buildings, Jake discovered another one filled with replication pods on one floor. In one of them, he located a new type of mutant he hadn't analyzed before. The creature being created inside the pod was massive, stretching the confines of the cocoon almost to the point of rupturing. Jake identified the creature being developed as a bloater, a mutant capable of spewing torrents of acid. Creature analyzed. The status of mutation research has been updated. He closed his eyes and summoned the quest menu. The active one stood at the top of the list, with all the completed quests listed below. He focused on the current one to check its status. Status, in progress, 4 of 5. Only one mutant type remained to be analyzed before the quest would be complete. Jake struck out with his claws at the pod before him, shredding both the cocoon and the underdeveloped bloater. He then examined the other pods hanging from the ceiling, but all of them contained mutant types he'd already analyzed. Despite this, Jake remained in high spirits. He only needed to locate one more pod with an unanalyzed mutant to finish his quest. It wouldn't be long before he found it. He was on the brink of completing the quest. After returning to the rooftop of the building he currently occupied, Jake took a moment to look around and gather his bearings. He chose a direction, but before he could proceed, he heard a familiar sound from behind him. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw a helicopter flying over the rooftops. It was the same chopper that had attacked him some time ago. At the moment, it was too far away for him to worry about. The two occupants of the helicopter weren't just flying around the city for no reason. Instead, they appeared to be searching for something. Jake couldn't help but wonder what they were looking for. However, what humans did was not his concern. Picking a direction away from the black helicopter, he resumed his search. With a quick slash of his sword, Jake severed an arm of one of the slashers that had just charged him. Dumbfounded, the mutant just stared at the dark blood pouring from the stump of its arm, which had just been severed at the elbow. Before the mutant could recover, Jake lunged toward it, thrusting his sword into the slasher's chest. The blade plunged deeply into its body, bursting out of its back in an explosion of gore. Enemy killed. Plus 250 XP. Two more slashers charged at him from different directions. He yanked his sword free, and the now-dead mutant collapsed to the floor. Jake quickly spun to face one of the two slashers, swinging one of his blades to block the mutant's sword. He then kicked hard at the slasher's chest, causing the mutant to stumble backward. Immediately, he ducked as the second slasher swung its sword at him and struck out with his left blade. Its tip cut diagonally across the mutant's upper body, drawing blood. In his expanded peripheral vision, he saw the other slasher lunging at him. Jake lurched at the mutant in front of him, plunging the tip of his left sword into its throat. At the same time, he gave a mental command to grow a tentacle from his back. It sprouted from his flesh in less than a second, and he immediately lashed it out at the slasher approaching him from the side. The blade at the end of the tentacle sank into one of its eyeballs, turning it into a pulp, and then penetrated its brain, killing the mutant instantly. Jake then yanked his blade from the other slasher's throat and immediately swung both his swords in a scissoring manner, beheading the creature. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 500 XP. He heard a disgusting wet sound and spun in that direction. He saw one of the nearby replication pods unfurl like a weird fleshy blossom. A fully formed mutant emerged from within. The new mutant was completely devoid of skin, and Jake immediately recognized it as a chaser. It was the most dangerous monster he'd encountered so far. He retracted his blades as the chaser burst into a run toward him. Upon reaching him, the chaser immediately unleashed its special ability, the flurry of swings. However, having evolved into Stage 2, Jake was now much faster and more agile than he'd been the last time he dealt with this type of ex-human. The chaser lashed out at him over and over again with remarkable speed, but Jake managed to block each strike with his own claws. At one point, he spotted an opening and kicked the chaser in the chest, stunning it for a fraction of a second. He immediately took advantage of that, lashing out with one clawed hand and ripping a huge chunk of flesh out of its throat. Blood pouring like a faucet, the chaser took a couple of shaky steps toward him before collapsing to the floor, dead. Enemy killed. Plus 350 XP. The chaser was incredibly fast and agile, and its body was remarkably resilient to damage. However, even this type of mutant no longer posed much of a challenge to Jake. It had taken him less than 30 seconds to deal with this extremely dangerous opponent. A flash of danger suddenly registered in his mind. It was his feral instincts warning him of a nearby threat. Having learned to trust it, he immediately jumped to the side. And none too soon as a long, whip-like tentacle lashed out at the empty spot where he'd just been. Glancing back, Jake saw a whipper that must just have emerged from one of the pods suspended from the ceiling. The mutant retracted its tentacle and struck out at Jake once more. This time, he was ready. As the tentacle neared him, he countered by striking it with a sword he'd extended from one wrist a second before, severing the tentacle in half. He then sprinted toward the whipper, retracting the blade again. He found using his claws instead of swords to handle powerful mutants like shamblers and whippers to be more effective. Launching a fierce barrage of slashes at the whipper, he tore through its organic protective layer with ease. After all the recent upgrades, dealing with powerful and well-protected enemies like shamblers and whippers had become a pretty easy task for him. In just a few seconds, he dismantled most of the whipper's protective layer. Every strike he landed on the monster left a long bleeding gash in its flesh now. It wasn't long before the enormous monster was profusely bleeding from the multiple wounds he'd inflicted on it with his claws. Enemy killed. Plus 75 XP. Once the huge body of the whipper collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, Jake quickly looked around. He'd killed all the strong mutants in the room, and only a handful of weak walkers and leapers remained there. There were also several replication pods hanging from the roof, which could produce dangerous mutants like slashers or whippers at any moment. However, Jake wasn't willing to destroy them just yet, because he needed to inspect them first. To complete his mutation research quest, he still needed to find one more pod that was creating a mutant he hadn't analyzed yet. A few walkers launched themselves at him, surrounding him from multiple directions. He sidestepped, easily evading an attack from one of them. Another walker attempted a strike, but Jake leaped backward, effortlessly avoiding the mutant's claws that scraped the air in front of him. The walkers failed to land a single hit on him, his speed and agility greatly outmatched theirs. It took Jake only a few seconds to deal with the walkers attacking him. His claws had become so powerful he could kill a walker or a leaper with a single quick slash. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 60 XP. It was just a routine fight for him. Neither powerful and sturdy ex-humans like shamblers and whippers nor fast and agile ones like slashers and chasers posed any kind of threat to him anymore. He could dispatch large groups consisting of all types of mutants without even receiving a single scratch now. A sudden flash of a red bulb in his mind alerted him to impending danger. It was his feral instinct skill at work again. It always kicked in when there was some sort of danger he wasn't aware of. This instinct usually kicked in when a mutant managed to sneak up on him from his blind spot, which was directly behind his back, and was preparing to strike. Jake quickly jumped to the side and spun around to confront whatever had approached him from behind. To his surprise, he found no enemy near him. While there were a few walkers lingering in the vast room, they were too far from him to have triggered his feral instinct's warnings. Something else must have set off his instinct, but he wasn't sure what it was. Or maybe the skill had simply malfunctioned? However, he immediately brushed off that ridiculous idea. Once again, the same sense of danger flashed through his mind. Feral instincts kept warning him about some kind of imminent threat, but he had no idea what or where it was. Not sure what was happening, Jake began to retreat. The skill kept altering him to something, but he couldn't pinpoint the source of the threat. In his peripheral vision, he could see several remaining walkers, but since he was aware of their presence nearby, he knew that they weren't the cause of the warnings from his feral instincts. Taking one small step back after another, Jake continued to look around, striving to identify the threat his skill was repeatedly warning him about. However, he failed to notice anything out of place. What the hell is going on? He thought. And in the next instant, he suddenly received the answer to his question. Jake saw a subtle shimmer, like a mirage flickering in and out of existence, just a few feet in front of him. Something was happening, but at first, he couldn't quite comprehend what it was. Still unsure of what to expect, he continued to retreat, watching the strange phenomenon in front of him. As he focused on the source of the strange disturbance, he saw the air before him ripple and distort, revealing a faint outline of a humanoid figure. Like a phantom materializing out of thin air, the creature slowly solidified in front of him until it became completely visible. Having never encountered this type of mutant, Jake summoned its description with a thought. Ex-human wraith, level 25, elite. Special ability, invisibility. The mutant can activate a disguise mode, rendering itself temporarily invisible and becoming almost impossible to detect. Attributes: Body 10, Mind 5, Magic 15. He dismissed the information, focusing on the ex-human in front of him. Now that he had the threat identified, feral instincts fell silent. Having discovered what the skill had been warning him about, Jake ceased retreating. In one quick glance, he studied the mutant before him. Most of the ex-humans he encountered were dressed in ragged clothing, in which they were respawned during the regular world reset. Sure enough, those that emerged from replication pods wore their birthday suits. The mutant that had just materialized before him was completely naked. Jake wasn't sure if the wraith had recently emerged from a pod or if this mutant type was never clothed to begin with. While he couldn't confirm the latter, he was sure the wraith had recently been released from a pod, because it would have attacked him much earlier otherwise. It had a female body, but it didn't take Jake by surprise. He'd long since learned that ex-humans could be of either sex, and he never really paid much attention to the gender of a mutant he killed. Ex-humans were simply deformed, evil creatures to be hunted for XP, nothing more. Like many other ex-humans, the wraith was armed with long, curved claws. Its oversized mouth was open in a cruel grin, revealing rows of serrated fangs that glistened with drool. The mutant's skin was pallid and smooth, its body completely devoid of hair. While the wraith was invisible, it must have moved slowly to avoid making noise. However, as it became visible, the mutant quickly shifted from a walk to a run toward him. The wraith's lithe and agile frame allowed it to move quickly and quietly toward him. As soon as the mutant reached him, it unleashed a series of slashes. As it turned out, the wraith wasn't faster or more agile than a chaser, which was why he had no trouble dodging or blocking its attacks at all. Apart from the ability to turn invisible, the wraith didn't differ much from a chaser. It didn't even have the flurry of swings ability that many other elite mutants had, including chasers. Jake wondered whether mutants of the wraith breed could turn invisible at any time or if there was a cooldown period. When he saw an opening, he immediately attacked the wraith, raking his claws across its pale body. The 4 long scratches left across its flesh immediately began to bleed. The ex-human emitted a shrill cry, then spun around and darted away, almost instantly turning invisible. Jake wanted to give chase, but he was suddenly attacked by several walkers. By the time he dealt with them, the wraith was long gone. He looked around but couldn't spot it. By now, it could be anywhere, and since it was completely invisible, Jake couldn't detect it even with the help of his enhanced senses. Suddenly, his feral instincts kicked in, warning him of impending danger. He had a strong hunch that it was the wraith sneaking up on him. He glanced around but couldn't spot his opponent. Then, he was suddenly attacked from behind, feeling sharp claws slashing at his back. He immediately wheeled around, lashing out at the invisible figure with a clawed hand. His talons raked the body of the wraith, causing it to become visible again. As it turned out, when wounded, the wraith lost its disguise. It was good to know. After the wraith realized it was now fully visible, it spun around and attempted to flee once more. Only this time, Jake was determined not to let the creature escape. He struck out with his claws, slicing through the mutant's back. At the same time, he also sprouted a tentacle from his body and immediately lashed out with it, its bladed tip piercing the wraith's neck, inflicting a severe wound on the ex-human. Enemy killed. Plus 400 XP. Immediately after that, another system notification flashed through his mind. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level went up from 32 to 33. You have gained 5 SP. The wraith defeated, Jake quickly scanned the area. A few walkers and leapers remained in the room, but all the stronger mutant types had been eliminated. The replication pods were in the process of generating new mutants, but as far as he could tell, none of them were close to releasing fully developed creatures yet. Jake dashed toward the nearest of the remaining walkers, slashing at its throat with his claws. The blood poured from the nasty wound, and the walker collapsed to the ground, dead. Jake was already moving toward another creature, not slowing down for a second. One quick slash of his claws, and another ex-human was dead. Even before its body dropped to the ground, Jake was already moving on to the next target. It took him less than a minute to deal with all the remaining ex-humans in the room. He quickly scanned his surroundings. Not noticing any more creatures to kill, he lowered his claws and moved toward the nearest replication pod. Peering inside, he almost immediately recognized the mutant being created within as a walker. He shredded both the cocoon and the underdeveloped creature inside with his claws and immediately moved to inspect another cocoon. One by one, he examined all the replication pods, but all the mutants he saw inside belonged to the types he'd already analyzed. Just as he was starting to think he wouldn't find a new mutant type there and would need to search for another building filled with replication pods, he finally came across a pod containing a creature he hadn't analyzed before. For a few seconds, he watched the creature being developed inside the cocoon. At first, he couldn't tell what type of mutant it would become, but as it neared completion, its feminine, completely hairless body indicated it would likely be another wraith. Creature analyzed. Status, 5 out of 5. Mutation research complete. Mind Reader has been added to the genetic development interface. Finally, the quest was complete. Jake destroyed the pod containing the wraith and proceeded to do the same with the remaining pods. After that, he scanned the area once more. All the mutants had been killed, and all the cocoons had been destroyed. The floor of the room glistened with spilled pod liquid mixing with mutant blood, scattered with the bodies of the dead ex-humans he'd slain. It was time to allocate his skill points, check out the Mind Reader ability, and perhaps acquire some new skills. If he were human, he would have left before assigning his skill points. However, as a mutant, Jake was unfazed by the gruesome scene of carnage or the overpowering stench of death filling the room. Neither bothered him one bit. So before returning to the rooftop, he chose to stay in the room a little longer to allocate his skill points. Surrounded by the aftermath of the brutal carnage, he closed his eyes and accessed his character sheet. First of all, he opened the genetic development interface and browsed through the list of skills and abilities available for purchase. He came across Mind Reader, which had just been added to the list, and checked its description. Mind Reader, when touching a person's head, the mutant can access their memories. This ability only works on intelligent beings, not mutants. Upgrades, 0 of 4, uncommon. Requirements, Mind 27, Magic 25. Cost, 15,000 MP. It seemed to be an intriguing ability. Although he wasn't entirely sure how often he would use it. After all, he'd long since decided to interact with humans as little as possible. Still, this ability could come in handy someday. Being interested in learning how it worked, he planned to test it out at some point. So he decided to acquire Mind Reader. Its requirements were quite low. With his magic attribute already at 25, he only needed to use 2 of his 5 skill points to increase mind from 25 to 27. After doing so, he checked how much mana he currently had. MP, 37,775. More than enough to purchase the ability. With a mental command, he spent 15,000 MP to acquire it. You have just learned a new ability, Mind Reader. He then checked the other skills and abilities in the second section of the genetic development interface. Evolution Stage 2, Savage Ascent. Abilities, 1 of 5. Skills, 0 of 4. Ability, Gravity Leap. Requirements, Body 43, Mind 40, Magic 37. Cost, 17,000 MP. Ability, Acidic Spit. Requirements, Body 45, Magic 45. Cost, 20,000 MP. Ability, Serpentine Form. Requirements, Body 50, Mind 45, Magic 50. Cost, 25,000 MP. Ability, Spikes. Requirements, Body 60, Magic 65. Cost, 30,000 MP. Skill, Enhanced Durability. Requirements, Body 30. Cost, 12,000 MP. Skill, Adhesive Secretion. Requirements, Body 40, Magic 35. Cost, 15,000 MP. Skill, Toxic Resistance. Requirements, Body 45. Cost, 23,000 MP. Skill, Adaptive Armor. Requirements, Body 55, Magic 50. Cost, 27,000 MP. Ability, Mind Reader. Requirements, Mind 27, Magic 25. Cost, already owned. The only skill he could currently acquire was Enhanced Durability. He summoned its description with a single thought. Enhanced Durability, the mutant's body structure becomes denser, significantly increasing their resistance to physical harm. Upgrades, 0 of 4, uncommon. Requirements, Body 30. Cost, 12,000 MP. The sole requirement was a body attribute of 30, and his body currently stood at 27. With 22,775 MP at his disposal, he decided to buy the skill as well. He still had 3 remaining points, so he allocated them to body, increasing it to 30. He could now acquire the ability. He did so, spending an additional 12,000 MP. You have just learned a new skill, enhanced durability. Jake then switched back to the first section of the genetic development interface. Evolution Stage 1, Primordial Form. Abilities, 3 of 4. Skills, 7 of 7. Ability, Smash Fists. Requirements, Body 2. Cost, 2000 MP. Skill, Enhanced Senses. Requirements, none. Cost, already owned. Skill, Enhanced Agility. Requirements, none. Cost, already owned. Skill, Enhanced Intelligence. Requirements, none. Cost, already owned. Skill, Enhanced Reflexes. Requirements, Body 5, Mind 3. Cost, already owned. Skill, Enhanced Strength. Requirements, Body 5. Cost, already owned. Skill, Enhanced Regeneration. Requirements, Body 7, Magic 5, Mind 3. Cost, already owned. Skill, Feral Instincts. Requirements, Mind 5, Magic 3. Cost, already owned. Ability, Claws. Requirements, Body 1. Cost, already owned. Ability, Swords. Requirements, Body 3. Cost, already owned. Ability, Bladed Tentacles. Requirements, Body 2, Magic 1. Cost, already owned. Among all the skills and abilities in the first section, there was only one that he hadn't acquired yet, Smash Fists. He checked it out. Ability, Smash Fists. Description: the mutant can significantly enlarge their hands and temporarily augment body mass for increased strength. With their massive smash fists, the mutant can unleash powerful, crushing blows capable of pulverizing concrete and toppling enemies with ease. Upgrades: 0 of 3, Common. Requirements: Body 2. Cost: 2000 MP. After some consideration, he decided to make the purchase. The cost was relatively low, especially when compared to the skills and abilities listed in the second section of the store. He checked his mana. MP, 10,775. He remembered deciding to always have a reserve of at least 10,000 MP at all times for emergencies, such as severe injuries that would require significant amounts of mana for healing. He decided to buy the skill anyway. After all, he now had the Mana Vision perk at his disposal, which made locating mana consumables an extremely easy task, so collecting 2000 MP and bringing his mana reserves back to 10,000 MP wouldn't take long at all. You have just learned a new ability, Smash Fists. Having obtained all the skills and abilities from the first section of the genetic development interface, he no longer needed to revisit it. He could now solely focus on acquiring skills and abilities from the second section. After purchasing the ability, he reviewed his current stats. Name, Jake Turner. Race, Human Morphus. Evolution Stage 2, Savage Ascent. Level, 33. HP, 97%. XP, 385/4250. SP, 0. MP, 8775. Body, 30. Mind, 27. Magic, 25. Claws, Rank 3, 14%. Upgrades, 3 of 4, Uncommon. Swords, Rank 2, 11%. Upgrades, 3 of 3, Common. Bladed Tentacles, Rank I, 89%. Upgrades, 1 of 3, Common. Mind Reader, Rank I, 0%. Upgrades, 0 of 4, Uncommon. Smash Fists, Rank I, 0%. Upgrades, 0 of 3, Common. Enhanced Senses, Rank 3, 17%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Enhanced Agility, Rank 3, 21%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Enhanced Intelligence, Rank 3, 22%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Enhanced Reflexes, Rank I, 94%. Upgrades, 0 of 3, Common. Enhanced Strength, Rank I, 23%. Upgrades, 0 of 3, Common. Enhanced Regeneration, Rank I, 34%. Upgrades, 0 of 3, Common. Feral instincts, rank I, 19%. Upgrades, 0 of 3, common. Enhanced durability, rank I, 0%. Upgrades, 0 of 3, common. He opened his eyes. It was time to put his newly acquired skills and abilities to the test. Enhanced durability was a skill, so it worked all the time. Its effects would only be evident when he was attacked and received damage. As for Mind Reader, it only worked on humans, so he was going to have to wait until he encountered one before he could put it to the test. But he could test out Smash Fists right away. Which he did. He felt a surge of power course through him when he mentally commanded the ability to activate. His arms swelled and bulged with added mass, and his hands expanded in size. He flexed his fingers, feeling the raw power coursing through him. He then clenched his powerful huge fists and inspected them for a moment. It was time to test them in action. There were no more enemies around him, so Jake crossed the room and walked up to one of the concrete walls. Then he launched his right smash fist at it. It impacted the solid wall with a tremendous thud, leaving an impressive dent. The outcome exceeded his expectations, leaving him feeling deeply satisfied. He knew that his smash fists turned out to be so powerful because his body attribute was at 30. If he'd acquired smash fists much sooner, before evolving into stage 2 and receiving 20 additional points in body, his smash fists would have been significantly weaker at that point. Feeling excited, Jake directed his colossal fists at the wall once more, landing a few more powerful hits. When one of his fists struck the wall another time, it created a sizable hole with twisted pieces of rebar jutting out from inside. He seized one of the rebar pieces and easily ripped it from the wall. He realized his enhanced strength also greatly enhanced this ability. It was a really great combination. He couldn't help but marvel at how much enhanced strength increased the power of smash fists. Feeling a surge of excitement, he hurled the piece of rebar like a missile, watching it shatter a window and vanish into the distance outside. For a moment, Jake admired the destruction he'd caused with such ease. He couldn't help but wonder at the potential of his abilities. The perfect combination of smash fists with enhanced strength opened up a world of possibilities for him. With a mental command, he reverted his body back to its normal state. He felt the mass in his arms diminishing while his oversized fists shrunk back to their original size. The transformation was gradual, taking a few seconds to complete. He was sure that acquiring some of the upgrades for the ability would help speed up the process. As expected, morphing his hands into smash fists and reverting back had drained some of his mana reserves. It was time to replenish this precious magical energy. Now that he had the mana vision perk at his disposal, he knew it wouldn't take him long to do so. With that in mind, he began to make his way back to the rooftop. As soon as Jake returned to the rooftop, he heard the rhythmic thumping noise of rotating rotor blades. Glancing around, he spotted the familiar black helicopter off to his right. The futuristic-looking rotorcraft continued to fly around the city, just a few high-rises away from the building, on the rooftop of which he stood. Suddenly, the helicopter made half a circle in the air and accelerated, moving in his general direction. Jake briefly considered the possibility that it was moving towards some destination that happened to be in his direction instead of making a beeline for him, but no dice. The pilot had indeed noticed him and deliberately changed course to head straight for him. "Why won't you leave me alone, damn it?" Jake thought with a hint of frustration. The chopper came to a stop near the building, hovering in the air several meters above the rooftop. Even if he decided to attack the helicopter, he wouldn't be able to jump that high. His only choice was to flee. The pilot behind the cockpit glass stared down at him for a moment. Jake could see a glimpse of recognition in his eyes as the pilot remembered chasing him across the rooftops a little while ago. Then he pivoted the chopper by 90 degrees so that the door gunner could have a clear shot at him. Jake spun around and dashed away just as the roar of machine gun fire reverberated through the air. Dodging heavy caliber rounds that rained down all around him, he raced across the rooftop, the gunfire chipping away at the rooftop and sending sprays of concrete dust into the air. One of the bullets punched him in the back, staggering him for a second. He quickly recovered and picked up his pace again. He could tell the wound inflicted by the bullet wasn't nearly as serious as the one he'd received the last time he'd been hit by the door gunner. The enhanced durability he'd acquired a few minutes earlier had notably strengthened his body. Jake reached the edge of the roof and executed a mana-infused jump, propelling his body forward with immense force. He soared across the gap between the two buildings, feeling the wind against his body. As soon as he landed on the other roof, he immediately continued to run, not slowing down even for a second. The gunfire ceased. Now that he'd put some distance between himself and the chopper, the door gunner couldn't take good aim at Jake, who was now well ahead of the rotorcraft. The noise from the helicopter's rotor blades and its engine grew louder as the pilot accelerated, giving chase. Jake didn't need to look back to know his pursuers were gaining on him. He leaped across the gap to another high-rise building. He continued to run, but whether he would be able to give the chopper the slip was anybody's guess. As he already knew, that futuristic helicopter was incredibly fast. Most likely, he would have to seek refuge inside one of the buildings, as he'd done the last time. Suddenly, the helicopter came into view on his left. It streaked through the air alongside the building, keeping abreast of him. It was incredibly fast, keeping pace with him effortlessly. In his expanded field of vision, Jake saw the door gunner smirk as he drew a bead on him. Then he opened fire. Bullets buzzed past him like maddened hornets. 2 or 3 of them drilled into his left side and shoulder, leaving small pockmarks in his hardened flesh. While they caused him to stagger, the bullets didn't inflict any significant damage. They even failed to penetrate deep enough to reach the mana stored inside his body. Still, he was getting angry. Despite his usually calm demeanor, this situation was starting to infuriate him. Seeing Jake still on his feet and running seemed to heighten his pursuers' excitement. This cat-and-mouse game seemed to amuse the 2 occupants of the chopper. They viewed him as nothing more than a frightened prey running for his life. If they'd known what he was capable of, they would have left him alone instead of persistently trying to piss him off. Knowing he couldn't outrun the helicopter, Jake suddenly changed the direction of his movement, making a 90-degree turn to the right. He was now moving away from the helicopter while the door gunner was now targeting his back. The heavy caliber rounds kept zipping past him, one of which tore into his left shoulder blade area. Jake was beginning to lose his composure. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to stay calm. Reaching the edge of the roof, he launched himself up and forward, soaring through the air, toward another building. The door gunner continued to unleash a barrage of fire at him. 2 more bullets struck him in the back while he was still airborne, briefly disrupting his control over his body. As a result, upon reaching the rooftop, he lost his balance and crashed onto his side instead of landing on his feet. However, despite feeling frustrated by the rough landing, he suffered no injuries. The helicopter accelerated again to catch up with him. He caught a glimpse of the pilot through the cockpit glass. The guy was sneering at him. The 2 occupants of the chopper must have thought he was done for, planning to finish him off. Jake had other plans, though. While he was a sitting duck for them, he knew he wasn't going to lose to them. This wasn't going to end the way his pursuers believed it would. He leaped to his feet and dashed across the rooftop, his mind torn between conflicting thoughts. Rather than fleeing, he felt an urge to confront his pursuers. His desire to fight was so strong it prompted him to glance over his shoulder at the helicopter, calculating the best strategy to bring it down. It was still too high in the air for him to reach with a jump, so if he chose to fight, he was going to have to find a taller building to scale its wall to reach the same height as the helicopter. Suddenly, the chopper accelerated significantly and streaked through the air over him. It crossed the gap between 2 buildings, before slowing down and hovering above the roof of the building he was running to. Jake instantly realized what was on the pilot's mind. However, by that point, he'd already reached the edge of the roof and couldn't abruptly stop without risking losing his balance, pitching forward, and falling off the roof due to the momentum he'd gained. He had no choice but to execute a mana-infused jump across the gap. Just as he launched himself up and forward, the helicopter turned 90 degrees so that the door gunner's side faced him. With a shit-eating grin on his face, the shooter opened fire on Jake as he soared through the air toward the building, over the roof of which the helicopter motionlessly hovered. Heavy caliber rounds peppered his chest, inflicting no damage on his hardened body other than leaving pockmarks. However, each impact disrupted his momentum. He knew he wouldn't be able to reach the other roof now. While his body continued to soar toward it, he was now descending at an angle, rapidly losing altitude. Instead of landing on the building's rooftop as intended, he was going to crash into its wall. Well, shit, he thought. Jake instinctively morphed his hands into claws just before he slammed into the wall of the building with a solid thud. As gravity took hold, he began to drop toward the alleyway below. Though he was aware the fall wouldn't kill him, only hurt a little, he still wanted to avoid hitting the ground. His claws scraped along the surface of the wall, making a grinding noise like nails on a chalkboard. Each scrape sent vibrations through his body as the gritty texture of the concrete chipped beneath his talons. The wall now bore the marks of his chaotic descent, sending small fragments of concrete spiraling into the air like tiny shrapnel. His claws dug deeper, but the wall offered no easy grips. Just as Jake began to think he wouldn't be able to check his descent, the tips of his talons caught a sharp crack in the concrete. Instantly, he drove his claws into the small fissure, bringing his downward plunge to a stop. He dangled precariously, one clawed hand gripping the edge of the crack while the other swayed in the open air. Jake glanced up and saw he'd dropped a couple of floors. He then looked down. A few stories below him, the vacant alleyway lay nestled between the two towering high-rises. Although he was aware he'd walk away with just minor injuries if he fell, he still wanted to avoid that outcome. The wind whipped around him, carrying the rhythmic sounds of the rotating rotor blades and the hum of the chopper's engine. Then a shadow crossed over him as the pilot maneuvered the helicopter in a half-circle to hover above the alleyway. Jake looked up and saw the door gunner adjust the barrel of the machine gun to point it down at him. A smug grin spread across the gunner's face as he pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire echoed through the air as bullets slammed into the wall Jake was clinging to. Debris rained down on him as dust swirled around. Suddenly, a heavy caliber round struck the side of his head, causing it to jerk sideways. Immediately, a system notification flashed through his mind. You have just gotten a negative effect, dazed. You are disoriented and feel vertigo. It was the very first time he'd been shot in the head. For a moment, he felt a flash of worry, but he quickly realized that aside from receiving the dazed negative effect, he suffered no other injuries. The heavy caliber bullet had carved a hole in the side of his head, but it wasn't too deep, and he could already feel his body starting to heal, regenerating damaged flesh with remarkable speed. The world swirled around him, leaving him feeling disoriented and dizzy. The first time he'd experienced this negative effect was after falling from a high-rise roof and banging his head on the asphalt. It seemed that this negative effect was put on him whenever he sustained damage to his head. The door gunner kept firing at him, and each bullet that punctured his hardened flesh made his body jerk with the impact. At one moment, he almost lost his grip on the crack in the wall. A thought struck him, what was he even clinging to the wall for? After all, the fall wouldn't kill him. If he dropped into the alleyway, he would survive and be able to easily escape from his pursuers. Only it wasn't what he really wanted. Rather than fleeing, he longed to counterattack his opponents. However, considering the unfortunate situation he'd found himself in, that wasn't going to be easy. He was seriously beginning to entertain the idea of letting go of the fissure he was clinging to and dropping down into the alleyway below. Just then, a bullet slammed into the window to his left, shattering it into thousands of shards that came raining down on him. A new idea crossed his mind. He firmly grasped the top edge of the frame with his free hand, then released his hold on the wall with the other and quickly used it to grab the side of the window frame instead. He pulled his knees up to his chin, propelling himself into the room through the shattered window and landing on his feet. He quickly dropped into a crouch as bullets whizzed overhead. Then the gunfire suddenly came to an end. Jake sprang to his feet and looked back over his shoulder. He saw the door gunner hastily shoving another ammo belt into the machine gun. The guy looked frustrated. He obviously couldn't understand how Jake could still be alive and kicking after taking so many shots. Before he could finish reloading his weapon, Jake dashed deeper into the room, slipping out of view from the outside. He located a staircase. The steps were intact, so he took them up. When he reached the last flight of stairs that led to the door opening to the roof, he paused to listen. The sounds of the rotor blades and the helicopter's engine were growing louder. A few seconds later, the noise became so loud Jake realized the helicopter was now hovering directly above the rooftop. He waited. Would his opponents be foolish enough to disembark from the helicopter and enter the building to look for him? Were they committed enough to do something so reckless? Would their thirst for his blood cloud their judgment? Jake hoped that after dedicating so much time and effort to trying to kill him, they would feel compelled to finish the job. He genuinely wanted them to come after him. After everything they'd put him through, he was itching for a fight. Come out, wherever you are," he heard one of them, likely the door gunner, yell. They thought of him as nothing more than a mindless monster, easily lured by a human voice, like regular ex-humans. Jake remained where he was, absolutely certain that the door gunner had his weapon trained on the entrance, ready to unleash a barrage of bullets the moment he dared to step outside. Moments later, the same voice shouted, "Come on. Quit hiding and get your ass outside. Don't you want to eat me or something?" His voice betrayed his frustration. The door gunner truly wanted to finish Jake off. Jake waited. A few more seconds passed without anything happening. While his pursuers were eager to kill him, they weren't foolish enough to step out of the helicopter and enter the building, well aware it would put them at a serious disadvantage. Jake knew the longer he waited, the greater the chances were that his pursuers would lose interest and fly away. Though he was itching to confront the two occupants of the helicopter, he knew he couldn't leap high enough to reach the chopper. Unless he either came up with a plan to lure his pursuers out of the chopper and into the building or found a way to somehow get to them, he saw no point in leaving the shelter of the building. Then an idea struck him. He decided to use a trick he'd learned after upgrading his enhanced senses. Dropping to a crouch, he placed his palm on the floor of the half-landing and closed his eyes, fully concentrating on his tactile sensations. He felt slight vibrations through his hand, indicating that the helicopter was not hovering above the building but parked on the rooftop. That changed everything. Jake snapped his eyes open and sprinted up the steps. Moments later, he burst onto the rooftop. Just as he'd anticipated, the helicopter sat in the center of the roof, with the door gunner aiming his weapon right at the doorway he'd just emerged from. When the door gunner spotted Jake step outside, a grin spread across his face. He thought his ruse to lure the stupid mutant outside had worked perfectly. What he didn't realize was that a nasty surprise was on the way for him instead. Jake wasted no time bursting into a sprint toward the helicopter. The door gunner's grin slipped away when he saw how quickly Jake was moving. While he'd seen Jake run before, it had always been in retreat. This time, however, rather than fleeing, Jake was charging toward them, and at an incredible pace to boot, making the door gunner uneasy. The machine gun roared to life as he hastily squeezed the trigger. Jake felt the bullets slam into his chest, but they hardly slowed him down. In under 2 seconds, he closed half the distance to the helicopter. The door gunner's expression turned to one of horror as he realized the bullets he fired were having little effect. It dawned on him he wouldn't be able to stop Jake before he reached the chopper. "Take off," he screamed, his voice laced with hysteria. "Take off, God damn it." The chopper began to lift immediately. That was when Jake performed a mana-infused jump, landing right at the helicopter's door. He seized the red-hot barrel of the machine gun with his right hand. The door gunner lurched back in panic. Jake's hand tightly gripping the hot barrel sizzled as a wisp of smoke rose from it, but he could tell the damage to his flesh was minimal. "What the hell are you?" the door gunner exclaimed, his eyes wide as he stared at Jake's sizzling, smoking hand still clamped around the weapon's barrel. That was when he noticed the machine gun's muzzle was aimed directly at Jake's chest. Realizing that from point-blank range he could inflict far greater damage, the door gunner lunged for the mounted weapon. However, before he could reach it, Jake delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him sprawling backward and crashing to the ground. "Hold on to something," the pilot suddenly shouted a warning to his companion. In the blink of an eye, the chopper, which had been steadily climbing, suddenly banked sharply to the starboard. Jake's left hand shot out, grasping the edge of the doorway. Meanwhile, the door gunner, still sprawled on his back, managed to hold on to something as well, preventing himself from sliding across the floor toward the open door. For several moments, the chopper went into a frenzy, sharply banking first to one side and then to the other. Once the helicopter finally leveled out, the pilot glanced over his shoulder and shouted, "Did I dislodge the mutant?" "No, you didn't," Jake thought, tightening his grip on the edge of the doorway before launching himself into the chopper. His face a mask of a strange mix of panic and determination, the door gunner drew a heavy-caliber pistol from its holster on his hip. Still lying on his back, he aimed the handgun at Jake and opened fire. Bullets slammed into Jake's chest, each impact jolting him but failing to halt his approach toward the man lying on the ground. "Why won't you die, you damn freak?" he screamed, panic and frustration lacing his voice. When he squeezed the trigger again, the pistol clicked on empty. With a quick, powerful yank, Jake wrenched the handgun from the door gunner's grip and flung it out of the chopper over his shoulder. Jake then opened his mouth wide, exposing rows of jagged, pointed teeth. "Oh my God," the door gunner whispered in horror as he realized he was about to die. Jake leaned in toward the human and bit into his face. After taking care of the door gunner, Jake turned toward the cockpit, his mouth and sharp teeth smeared with gore. He jumped into the cockpit, startling the pilot. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, turning to look over his shoulder at Jake, who was looming right behind him. Jake briefly glanced through the cockpit glass and saw they were flying over an empty street lined with the skeletal remains of skyscrapers on either side. He then shifted his full attention to the pilot. Remembering the mind reader ability he'd acquired not long ago, he decided it was time to put it to the test. He reached out with one hand toward the pilot, who instinctively jerked his head to the side. However, there was nowhere for him to escape Jake's grasp. He placed his clawed hand on the man's scalp, clamping down on it. With a thought, he activated Mind Reader. Instantly, a torrent of the pilot's recent memories flooded his mind. Jake experienced the world through the pilot's eyes, watching as he expertly navigated the helicopter, weaving between the towering skyscrapers. The pilot was calm yet tense, speaking to the other occupant of the chopper. However, Jake couldn't quite make out the words, they faded into muffled echoes as if he were underwater. Jake then realized what the pilot was doing. He was following a black figure, jumping from one rooftop to another. The pilot pursued the black mutant without any trouble. For a moment, Jake marveled at the unfolding scene of the recent chase from the pilot's perspective, watching himself dash across the rooftops with the helicopter trailing closely behind. Jake then realized he could delve deeper into the pilot's memories. However, as he ventured further back, everything grew hazy, and details slipped away like sand through his fingers. As he pushed deeper, the images deteriorated into completely indistinct shapes. Eventually, a dark blurry spot eclipsed his vision entirely. Jake realized he could only access a few minutes of a person's memories, but he was confident that advancing Mind Reader to a higher rank and acquiring new upgrades would improve this ability. Suddenly, a sense of unease flashed through his mind. It was feral instincts alerting him to imminent danger. He immediately pulled back from the pilot's memories and returned to the moment. He saw the pilot draw a pistol from its holster at his hip and pointed at him. While still gripping the pilot's head with one hand, Jake grasped the pistol with the other before the pilot could squeeze the trigger. He yanked the handgun from the human's grip and tossed it aside. He then let go of the pilot's head and slashed him across his throat with his claws. The human's eyes went wide as blood poured from the nasty gash in his throat. In the next moment, the pilot's eyes glazed over, and his body slumped against the controls, sending the helicopter into a dangerous spin. Immediately, alarms blared throughout the cockpit, drowning out the whir of the rotors. He quickly surveyed the controls, hoping his enhanced intelligence would help him figure them out in time to prevent the chopper from crashing. To his astonishment, the dashboard was a complex array of holographic lights, sensors, and indicators. It looked more like the control panel of a spaceship from a sci-fi movie than the dashboard of a conventional helicopter from the real world. Suddenly, the chopper shuddered violently as its tail struck the side of a nearby building, sending a jolt through his body. Jake decided to bail out. He didn't have enough time to figure out the controls, and he didn't know if he could survive a helicopter crash or how badly he could be hurt. It was far better to leap from the falling helicopter before it smashed into the streets below. He pushed himself out of the cockpit toward the open door, grasping at the walls for support. Below, the street lay desolate, choking with weeds and grass, littered with the remnants of rusted car frames. Jake steadied himself in the open side door as the helicopter continued its chaotic spin. He gripped the edges of the doorway, feeling the vibrations reverberate through his body. The alarms beeped and wailed, drowning out everything as the world outside swirled into a dizzying blur. As the helicopter continued to spin around and rapidly lose altitude, it drifted across the street. Each full turn of the helicopter sent the buildings on the other side swinging closer. Jake waited for the right moment, and when the structure the chopper was going to crash into came into view again, he pushed off with all his strength, launching himself into the air, performing a powerful mana-infused leap. As soon as he impacted the rough surface of the building, he dug his claws into the concrete. With a sharp scrape against the weathered wall, he anchored himself, his talons digging deep into the structure like fishhooks. Then, a few meters below him, the chopper crashed into the building with a thunderous roar, the rotating rotor blades smashing into numerous fragments upon hitting the unforgiving concrete and stone. A foot-long piece of blade shot free and buried itself in the stone wall, just inches beside his head. He dangled precariously, his eyes locked on the chopper as it plummeted toward the ground several floors below. The crashed helicopter lay on its side on the sidewalk, the broken stubs of the rotor blades still whirling above the wrecked fuselage. The chopper didn't catch fire, at least, not right away. Jake noticed strange blue bolts crackling and shooting from the damaged engine. Then, without a warning, the helicopter suddenly exploded. Flames erupted, and smoke billowed upward, swirling into the air. Burning debris flew up and then rained down, with some of the larger pieces soaring high enough to nearly touch his dangling feet. Jake hung from the wall, gripping it with one clawed hand, his eyes fixed on the burning wreckage below as thoughts raced through his mind. He'd just taken the lives of 2 humans, yet his inner beast remained suspiciously silent. It felt strange. Then, he understood what that silence meant. He was now in complete control, not just of his body but of his emotions and desires as well. While he'd often referred to his dark urges as his inner beast, he'd always known, deep down, that they were his own desires, not some mysterious being living inside him. He'd simply been unwilling to accept that truth. After the transformation, he'd become a monster, both physically and mentally. At first, he was afraid to acknowledge it, which was why he'd had to come up with the inner beast excuse. But now, he was finally able to embrace his monster side. He could no longer pretend to be anything else, and there was no point in trying. Whether he liked it or not, he was a monster. Evolving into Stage 2 had likely played a role in his ability to accept his beast side. While his human and monster sides had felt like 2 separate identities before, after evolving into Stage 2, they must have merged into one, reshaping Jake into what he was now. He'd gained much better self-control as well. Even though he'd just killed 2 survivors, it hadn't triggered a thirst for more human blood as it had in the past when he'd fought survivors. Jake's thoughts drifted back to the 2 occupants of the chopper he'd just killed. He'd had no beef with them. He'd given them plenty of opportunities to leave him alone, but they hadn't taken them, opting instead to continue pursuing him. While they'd had no idea how dangerous he was, that didn't grant them immunity from the consequences of their choices. They'd made their decision and paid the price. Giving the matter no more thought, he recalled what he'd learned from the pilot's memories. Not much, really. He'd failed to glean anything useful while delving into the pilot's memories. He still didn't know what they'd been searching for while flying around the city, nor did he understand where or how they'd acquired such a powerful futuristic helicopter. The gang they belonged to, Los Demonios, must have had access to a significant amount of equipment, but where they were getting it from remained a mystery to him. At its current stage of progression, the ability wasn't particularly useful, but he knew he could improve it by advancing it to higher ranks and acquiring upgrades. Curious about how much Mind Reader had progressed after he used it on the pilot, Jake called up its stats. Mind Reader, rank I, 20%. Upgrades, 0 of 4, uncommon. A single brief use of the ability had advanced it by 20%, which wasn't bad at all. Once it reached 100%, he would be able to upgrade it to rank 2, making it more powerful and useful, potentially letting him delve into a target's memories beyond just a few minutes as well as improving their clarity. Suddenly, he heard something. He immediately turned his attention to his surroundings. Feral instincts were silent, so he wasn't in any kind of danger, but he scanned the street below anyway. He saw a group of survivors on the other side of the street, watching the burning wreckage of the chopper. Jake couldn't tell if they had just discovered it or had seen it plummet from the sky. The wind carried their voices to him, but they were too far away for him to make out what was said. One of the survivors looked up at the sky as if wondering what had caused the chopper to crash. That's when he noticed Jake dangling from the building wall on the other side of the street. The man pointed a finger in Jake's direction, and the rest of the survivors turned their attention toward him. Jake looked around. Right below him, a piece of rebar protruded from the wall. He released his grip on the wall, allowing his body to drop. He caught the rebar piece, halting his descent. Then, with a quick powerful motion, he hoisted himself up onto the rebar, perching atop it and maintaining perfect balance. He looked around one more time and noticed a shattered window on his right. Turning toward it, he propelled off the rebar and launched into an empty room beyond, disappearing from the sight of the survivors before they could grasp what he truly was. In the next several days following the helicopter crash, Jake stuck to his routine, scavenging the city for mana at night, starting right after the usual world reset and farming XP during the day in the underground tunnels. So far, this strategy had proven to be the most effective way to gain both mana and XP, and for several days, he was fully focused on that. After evolving into Stage 2 and acquiring many new skills along with upgrades, Jake's body consumed significantly more mana on a daily basis than before. Despite this, he managed to accumulate a substantial amount of MP over the past several days, thanks to the Mana Vision perk. As soon as the system refreshed the world, he would begin his hunt for mana, utilizing mana vision to locate consumables. He no longer even bothered picking up smaller items like marbles and beads, and focused only on larger ones like shards and chunks instead. On a few occasions, he was even fortunate enough to find crystals, each containing a whopping 5,000 MP. Despite collecting a substantial amount of MP, Jake hadn't acquired any new abilities or skills yet. He first wanted to obtain all available upgrades for his existing skills. Several of his skills hadn't received a single upgrade, so it was high time he addressed that. During the last few days of active XP farming, he leveled up several times. All the skill points he gained during that period were spent on acquiring the upgrades for the skills that had none at that time: enhanced reflexes, enhanced strength, enhanced regeneration, feral instincts, and enhanced durability. Since all of these skills were of common rarity, each of them currently had only 3 upgrades available. Skill: enhanced reflexes. Upgrade options. 1. Improve reaction time, allowing instantaneous responses to threats and enabling swift dodging of attacks. 2. Gain the ability to anticipate an opponent's movements, allowing for preemptive strikes and evasive moves. 3. Develop superior agility, further enhancing acrobatic maneuvers. The first 2 upgrades made Jake even more dangerous in combat than he'd been before. Even fast and agile ex-humans like chasers and slashers struggled to land a hit on him now. The third upgrade improved his acrobatic abilities, allowing him to climb more easily and perform more powerful jumps than before. Skill: enhanced strength. Upgrade options. 1. Boost raw physical power, allowing for lifting and carrying heavy objects with ease. 2. Significantly increase punching and striking power. 3. Achieve greater damage resistance without increasing the mana consumption. The first upgrade was supposed to help him handle heavy objects with ease, but it wasn't all that useful to him because he hardly ever needed to lift something heavy. Still, he was sure that at some point, this upgrade would come in handy. Despite having learned Smash Fists a few days ago, Jake didn't use them very often. Being more accustomed to claws and swords, he mostly relied on those 2 in combat. While he hardly ever punched his enemies, the second upgrade increased his overall striking power, allowing him to deal more damage with his claws and swords. Skill: enhanced regeneration. Upgrade options. 1. Accelerate healing of minor wounds and cuts within seconds, allowing for rapid recovery in battle. 2. Gain the ability to recover from severe injuries at an accelerated rate without increasing the mana consumption. 3. Develop much greater resistance to various elemental damage types. All the upgrades for this skill were extremely useful. The first one allowed his body to heal minor injuries right during combat. Sure, thanks to the upgrades he'd acquired for enhanced reflexes, along with all the other agility and speed-related skills and upgrades, he was hardly ever wounded when fighting ex-humans, but when he did get hurt, his minor wounds healed in no time flat thanks to the first upgrade. He hadn't been severely wounded in the past several days, but when it happened at some point, the second upgrade for enhanced regeneration would be a great help. The same held true for the third upgrade. He hadn't yet sustained any elemental damage, but when it eventually happened, the third upgrade would reduce the elemental damage dealt to him. Skill: feral instincts. Upgrade options. 1. Sharpen awareness to quickly evaluate the distance and direction of a threat. 2. Heighten danger perception to identify the nature of an impending threat. 3. Gain the ability to sense the emotional states or intentions of nearby humans and pick up on their potential hostility. All 3 upgrades for this skill were extremely useful as well, helping him react to potential dangers in time to avoid them. The third one was particularly interesting, but so far he hadn't seen it in action yet, because during the days following the helicopter crash, there were no more interactions with humans. Skill: enhanced durability. Upgrade options. 1. Increase resistance to physical damage, reducing the impact of blows and falls. 2. Develop a tolerance to extreme temperatures, enhancing survival in harsh conditions. 3. Gain a tougher outer layer that absorbs minor impacts and abrasions. All the upgrades for enhanced durability were also highly useful as they improved his body's overall resistance to damage. Jake was currently perched on the edge of a high-rise building's roof. It was late evening. During that day, he'd managed to level up 2 times, gaining 10 skill points in total. He decided to use all of them to increase his stats. Body, 30-32. Mind, 27-30. Magic, 25-30. So during the days following the helicopter crash, Jake had leveled up 5 times from 33 to 38. He'd obtained all the upgrades for all his skills, and when he leveled up again, he was going to do the same for the 3 of his abilities: Bladed Tentacles, Mind Reader, and Smash Fists. The first one currently had only 1 upgrade, Reduced Transformation Time, while the other 2 didn't have any upgrades at all yet. After that, he would acquire some new skills and abilities with the MP he'd gained during the last several days. Jake wanted to review his current stats, but he suddenly heard some noise. He immediately opened his eyes, and all the information vanished. He was currently perched at the corner of a high-rise building's roof, crouching down and holding on to the edges. It was dark, and heavy rain poured on the city. The noise he'd just heard came from the streets below. His feral instincts remained silent, indicating he wasn't in any kind of danger at the moment. Nevertheless, curiosity made him lower his gaze to see what was happening 10 stories beneath him. The rain lashed down on the city. The large droplets pounded against the rooftops, creating a cacophony of noise that echoed through the desolate streets below. Jake remained crouched at the corner of the roof as the raindrops assaulted him. The rainwater beaded up on his irregular body, only to roll down his skin in rivulets that followed the contours of his textured skin. The rain striking his hunched form didn't bother him in the slightest. Neither the downpour nor the cold caused him any discomfort. He was as motionless as a statue, peering down. The heavy rain created a lot of noise, drowning out most sounds. However, his acute hearing had managed to pick up something else. At first, the sound was hard to identify, but as it gradually grew louder, he soon realized it was the rumble of an engine. Even though he couldn't see it yet, he knew the vehicle was nearing the building on the rooftop of which he was perched. Sure, a vehicle driving through the night was nothing extraordinary, but he could already tell that something unusual was happening. His acute senses picked up other noise over the downpour, the splashing sounds of something or someone who was sloshing through waterlogged streets. So, Jake remained where he was, watching the streets below, through the heavy veil of rain. As the water cascaded off the edges of buildings, it flooded the sidewalks, turning them into wetlands. The dirty water swirled and eddied in the gutters, carrying with it pieces of various debris. Perched precariously on the edge of the high-rise building, Jake continued to gaze at the rain-soaked city below, waiting patiently. The relentless downpour created a veil of water that obscured his view, with the droplets clinging to his eyes, distorting his vision, yet causing him no other discomfort. The wind whipped through the torrential downpour, sending sheets of water crashing against the buildings, lashing out at the tall grass pushing through the cracks in the asphalt, and creating a maelstrom of noise that should have drowned out even the faintest sounds from below. Despite that, Jake could clearly hear the splashing from running feet as well as the rumble of the vehicle engine in the distance, growing louder with each passing second. Then, a group of survivors burst from an alleyway onto the main street. They paused for a moment, and Jake watched through the rain's curtain as they whispered among themselves, casting furtive glances in both directions. Then, they bolted toward the building where he was perched on the roof. With every stride, they sent large splashes of muddy water flying in every direction. The group of survivors kept running, sloshing through the water, their ragged clothes soaked and clinging to their frames. Occasionally, they glanced over their shoulders at the alley from which they'd just emerged. It wasn't long before a black, futuristic-looking motorcycle shot out of the same alley. The bike's powerful headlight cast a bright beam that pierced through the darkness. The rider was clad in a tattered leather coat with the hood pulled up, and a red bandana concealed the lower half of the rider's face. From the contours of her body, it was clear the rider was female. She slowed her speed, whipping her bike in the direction the survivors had taken, sending waves of muddy water splashing around her. Once she completed the turn, she immediately accelerated again. One of the survivors let out a panicked scream upon seeing the bike quickly closing in on them. Another extended a hand back, holding a pistol in it, and popped off several hasty shots. The bullets struck a magical barrier surrounding the rider, dealing no damage to it at all. The person continued to fire blindly while running, causing the rider's shield to spark with flashes of blue light at the points of impact. Each shot ricocheted off the magical barrier, leaving it unscathed. The survivor kept pulling the trigger until the handgun ran dry. Suddenly, a pickup truck with a heavy-caliber machine gun mounted in the bed surged from a side street, screeching to a stop directly across the main road, effectively blocking the survivor's escape route. The female rider followed suit, bringing her motorcycle to a halt a dozen yards behind the group. She unslung what looked like a submachine gun and aimed it at them, holding the weapon one-handed. The person manning the mounted machine gun leveled the weapon at the survivors and shouted, "Don't fucking move, or you'll die." The group acknowledged the danger and froze, their eyes fixed on the technical parked several yards in front of him. At that moment, they received orders to drop their weapons, which the survivors reluctantly obeyed. Another pickup truck, this one without a mounted weapon, pulled out from the same side street and halted behind the technical. Two men stepped out and advanced toward the survivors, who were huddled together, trembling from either fear or the chill of the air, but likely both. The rain continued to pour, drumming against the pavement and Jake's skin as he emotionlessly watched the scene unfold below him. In this dangerous and lawless world altered by the system, he was just a silent observer. He had no intention of intervening in the events occurring on the street 10 stories below. What was taking place there had nothing to do with him. Whatever humans chose to do was their own concern. Unless they attacked him and left him no choice but to fight back, he saw no reason to involve himself in their affairs. Each attacker sported a red bandana or had a red scarf wrapped around their neck, indicating their affiliation with Los Demonios. The two demons who had just emerged from the second pickup truck quickly tied the survivors' hands behind their backs. The motorcycle's engine growled to a stop as the rider dismounted to assist her companions in restraining their victims. The survivors were then ordered to climb into the bed of the second truck and lie down on the boards. The two demons joined them in the bed, sitting on the benches across from one another and resting their boots on the backs of the helpless survivors sprawled on their stomachs. The gunner in the first truck's bed turned toward the female rider standing nearby and shouted to be heard over the downpour, "Good job, Catalina. You brought them right to us." She acknowledged his words with a nod. Then, the two pickup trucks turned and rumbled down the street, disappearing from sight. The rider slung her submachine gun across her shoulder and made her way back to her motorcycle. Just as she mounted it and was about to follow the trucks, something prompted her to tilt her head back and look up. Catalina squinted against the rain pelting her skin. The lower half of her face was concealed by the red bandana she wore, leaving only her eyes visible. She peered into the rainy darkness and seemed to lock eyes with Jake 10 stories above her. For a moment, he was convinced the darkness of the night and the downpour might hide him from her sight. However, he then noticed her body tense, a clear indication that she'd spotted him. Before she could react, though, Jake stood up and spun around. He bolted across the roof and leaped to another building, vanishing into the rainy night. Jake spent the rest of the night searching for mana. During the morning, he hunted mutants in the sewers. Once he cleared out the underground tunnels, he returned to street level to look for anomalies, eager to find some challenges to tackle. He confronted every group of ex-humans he encountered, earning some XP. The rain from the previous night had finally stopped, and the sun broke through the clouds, casting a soft light over the streets and sparkling off the puddles left by the downpour. As Jake roamed the city, battling ex-humans and searching for anomalies, his mind drifted back to the events of the previous night. He remembered watching a woman named Catalina, who was riding a motorcycle, and her companions in two pickup trucks chase and capture a group of survivors. This wasn't the first time he'd witnessed Los Demonios launch an ambush against fellow survivors. However, their attacks weren't motivated by the desire to rob other survivors. Los Demonios had access to high-quality equipment as well as top-notch weapons and vehicles, far more than most. They even operated helicopters. The chopper Jake had brought down recently was just one of many in the gang's possession. Over the past few days, he'd spotted similar-looking helicopters flying over the city on multiple occasions. Many of the vehicles in their possession had a futuristic design, like Catalina's bike and the chopper he'd brought down. Clearly, the demons didn't lack resources. They ambushed and attacked other survivors not because they wanted to rob them, but rather because they aimed to take hostages. For some reason, they were collecting people, and they needed them alive. Even though Jake had long since decided not to get involved in human affairs, he found himself pondering the meaning behind it all. Where did Los Demonios acquire their high-quality equipment and vehicles? Why did they relentlessly keep capturing other survivors? What was their purpose? Were they forcing the captives to work for the gang? It seemed that Los Demonios grew stronger with each passing day. While it didn't bother him personally, for other survivors, it surely posed a big problem. While pondering this, Jake kept wandering around the city, killing all the ex-humans he encountered to farm XP. He ventured into a high-rise building and cleared it of all mutants from the top floor down to the first, before returning to the roof and leaping to another building. He was currently on the first floor of yet another building, having cleared all the upper floors of mutants. He was surrounded by a group of walkers and leapers, with a massive shambler looming behind them. Jake had his hands morphed into smash fists. While he preferred using claws or swords in battle, he occasionally switched to smash fists to practice and improve this ability. Just as a walker lurched toward him, Jake threw his right smash fist at the mutant. It hammered into the ex-human's lower jaw, shattering it. Blood and broken teeth flew from the mutant's ruined mouth, leaving the walker stunned for a moment. While the first ex-human was out of it, Jake shifted his attention to another mutant. His huge fist landed at the bottom of its ribcage, its ribs collapsing inward with a sickening snapping sound. He then returned his attention to the first walker. His smash fist caught it beneath what remained of its lower jaw and tore its head free from its neck. Its head went bouncing across the floor as a geyser of blood sprayed from the stub of its neck. Both mutants were dead within 3 seconds. While Jake preferred his claws, he couldn't deny that his smash fists were extremely powerful, especially in combination with his body attribute being at 32 and the recently acquired second upgrade for his enhanced strength, which greatly increased his punching power. There were several more mutants attacking him from several directions. He punched one of them, knocking the mutant from its feet. Jake brought one of his balled-up smash fists downward onto its head, smashing it open like an overripe melon. He immediately turned toward another mutant just as it lashed out at him with its claws. Jake blocked the attack with his massive fists. The mutant's claws scraped against them, inflicting minimal damage to his rough, textured skin. He then threw a punch with blinding speed, his fist plunging into and through the center of the mutant's body, emerging through its back in an explosion of gore. Jake pulled his clenched smash fist free of the ex-human's body, letting it topple to the ground. Suddenly, the shambler reached him, shoving aside 2 walkers that stood in its way. The massive mutant swung its enormous arm at Jake, but he ducked just in time, and it passed harmlessly over his head. Without wasting a moment, Jake retaliated with a punch to the shambler's stomach. His smash fist easily broke through the shambler's protective organic layer. When his fist pulled out of the mutant's body, coils of squashed intestines came out, flopping onto the ground. Jake immediately attacked again, his massive smash fist sweeping through the air to make contact with the shambler's skull. Despite the protective layer covering it, the mutant's head exploded from the brutal force of the impact. With a tremendous thud, the huge mutant collapsed to the floor. Just like that, the shambler was dealt with. Jake quickly spun around, surveying his surroundings. A handful of weak walkers and leapers were still alive. It didn't take him long to kill the remaining ex-humans. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 435 XP. Immediately, another notification flashed through his mind. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level went up from 38 to 39. You have gained 5 SP. As he'd intended, Jake spent 3 points to unlock all 3 upgrades for the combat ability he was currently using. Ability, Smash Fists. Upgrade options. 1. Increase the impact strength to shatter tougher materials. 2. Enhance the blocking capability to absorb and deflect incoming strikes. 3. Significantly reduce the transformation time to morph hands into smash fists. He then checked the upgrades for bladed tentacles. He'd already acquired 1 upgrade for this ability to reduce the time needed to grow tentacles, so there were 2 more available. Ability, Bladed Tentacles. Upgrade options, Common. 1. Increase the number of tentacles that can be sprouted at the same time to 3. Cost, 1 SP. 2. Increase the length of tentacles by several feet for increased reach. Cost, 1 SP. 3. Significantly reduce the time needed to grow tentacles. Cost, already owned. He used the remaining 2 skill points to acquire the first 2 upgrades as well. The next time he leveled up, he planned to acquire all 4 upgrades for Mind Reader. He would likely use his last skill point to obtain the 4th upgrade for claws to extend their reach. However, he then recalled that he actually didn't want to increase their length, because he was content with their current reach. When he needed greater reach, he could always switch to his swords instead. So he would probably allocate the 5th skill point to something else. He would decide when the time came. After that, he opened his eyes, and all the information disappeared. He looked around once more. There were no ex-humans left in the building, so he transformed his smash fists back into normal hands. Now, it was time to head back to the rooftop. However, instead of returning to the staircase, he thought of something else. Staircases were for humans. Maybe he could scale the building's wall to reach the roof instead? He knew his claws weren't very suitable for that, but perhaps his enhanced agility and excellent acrobatic skills would assist him. He decided to give it a shot. As soon as he left the building, he looked around. Some of the shorter buildings had vines cascading down their walls. Jake knew he wouldn't have any trouble scaling a wall covered in vines, but he wanted to find a tall building that wasn't covered in vegetation. Even a naked building wall should offer plenty of handholds, like window frames, cornices, and other features, for him to grab onto. His enhanced agility and impressive acrobatic abilities should allow him to scale any building wall, but since he'd never actually attempted it before, he wanted to try it. Jake jogged down the street, scanning for the perfect building. Soon, he arrived at a four-way intersection and heard a strange humming sound. He paused, taking a moment to look around. At one corner, he spotted a half-destroyed one-story diner, with an anomaly hovering above its roof, emitting a low hum. Intrigued, Jake decided to check it out and see if it had a challenge for him to tackle. His search for a building to climb could wait a little. Next to the demolished diner stood a multi-story building, with long vines cascading down its front wall. Jake jogged over to the building, grabbed hold of a vine, and began to climb. He reached the height of the second floor and was about to jump down onto the diner's roof when he suddenly heard the rumble of a powerful vehicle. Jake looked around and saw a pickup moving toward him, quickly closing in on his position. A machine gun was mounted in the bed, manned by a person clinging to it for dear life. Within seconds, the pickup truck reached the intersection. The vehicle moved so fast Jake was sure it would shoot past him without its occupants even noticing him. However, the truck came to a sudden stop, its tires screeching in protest, halting not far from his location. Jake noticed the driver, a man with a red scarf wrapped around his neck, staring at him through the windshield. "There it is," the driver exclaimed, his voice easily reaching Jake through the rolled-down window. "It's the freak." The person operating the machine gun also wore a red scarf around his neck. He aimed the weapon at Jake and snarled, "Finally found you, you son of a bitch. You made us search the whole city for you. Now you'll die, motherfucker." The hell? Jake thought. Why had these guys, who obviously belonged to Los Demonios, been looking for him? However, before he could give the matter any more thought, the demon manning the machine gun unleashed a volley of bullets in his direction. The guy aimed a bit too high, though, and the heavy-caliber bullets he fired struck the vine Jake was gripping above him. The vine snapped, sending Jake tumbling down onto the sidewalk. Jake twisted in midair and gracefully landed on his feet, bending his knees to absorb the impact. He quickly stood up and turned toward the pickup truck. The man in the bed, who was holding down the trigger, swung the barrel downward, stitching a line of bullet holes in the building wall behind Jake. He wasted no time in dashing toward the vehicle, eager to deal with the shooter. Just as he was about to jump into the truck bed, a bullet struck him in the left shoulder. The force of the impact wasn't all that powerful, and the bullet failed to penetrate more than half an inch into his body. However, a split second after the heavy-caliber round embedded itself into his body, it blew up, tearing a large piece of flesh out of his shoulder. The force of the mini-explosion spun Jake around, whipping him to the ground. He collapsed face-first on the unyielding asphalt of the road. Through the roar of the machine gun, his acute hearing picked up the shooter's laughter as he shouted to the driver, "Got the bastard." Jake quickly calculated the best course of action. Had the guy in the truck's bed wielded a standard weapon, it wouldn't have been able to stop Jake's approach, and he would already have reached the shooter. But for some reason, the machine gun mounted in the truck's bed was much more powerful than any other weapon Jake had ever been shot with. Running directly for the pickup truck would be a suicide, considering how powerful the weapon was. The explosive bullets it fired would shred him to pieces long before he could reach the man in the truck's bed. He could try to run around the vehicle and wait for the shooter to run out of bullets in his machine gun before attacking him. However, if the other weapons the shooter and driver were armed with were half as deadly as the mounted machine gun, he would be in serious trouble. So a tactical retreat was called for. Instead of attacking the two demons head-on, he needed to set up an ambush and lure them into it. This was the only way he could turn the tables in that situation. Before the shooter could readjust his aim, Jake sprang to his feet. He pivoted and sprinted away from the truck. Upon reaching the intersection, he veered to the right, narrowly avoiding bullets that zipped past him. But one of them stung him in the right knee and immediately exploded. Jake lost his balance and collapsed again. He quickly got back on his feet, but his injured leg was only partially responsive and struggled to support him, which wasn't surprising at all. When Jake glanced down at it, he saw a huge chunk of flesh had been torn out of his knee area. Jake glanced to the right at the pickup truck. He concentrated on the shooter. With a thought, he summoned his stats, and they instantly popped up in his mind. He was mainly interested in the shooter's level, which turned out to be 75. 75. His own level was only 39. After his transformation, he'd had to level up from scratch. However, as it turned out, he was able to level up much faster than regular survivors, which was why he caught up with them pretty quickly. So his level was currently 39, and most survivors had about the same level. But for some reason, the shooter in the truck's bed was much stronger. It was safe to assume the driver's level was close to that of the shooter. How come their levels exceeded those of most survivors by so much? The weapons wielded by the truck's occupants were likely close to the levels of the two bandits, which explained why the mounted machine gun was so powerful. But this raised another question. The system spawned items according to the current levels of the majority of survivors. How come the two demons had such high levels, and where had they been able to get high-level equipment? However, Jake had no time to think about that. He kept running, though his severely injured right leg prevented him from gaining his top speed. He staggered down the street, favoring his injured leg. After him, he heard the shooter yell, "Don't let the bastard get away." Then he heard the rumble of the pickup truck's engine, somewhere behind him. He glanced over his shoulder. He'd put some distance between himself and the intersection, and the pickup truck was still out of sight. Although Jake couldn't see it yet, he knew the truck was currently making a U-turn. Once it completed the turn, it wouldn't take long for the driver to reach the intersection and catch up with him. With a thought, he called up his health points. HP, 75%. He'd only suffered 2 wounds, but he'd lost 25% of his health. It was bad. The large ragged hole in his left shoulder was large and deep enough to cause his mana to seep out. His enhanced regeneration was already actively healing the wounds, both in his left shoulder and right knee, but he would lose some of his mana before they were completely healed. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted an alleyway to his right, formed by 2 tall buildings. He slowed down and turned his head to take a better look. The alley was slightly wider than the pickup truck that was chasing him. Being well aware he needed to hide and recover before retaliating, he turned and dashed into the alley. A dozen yards in, he spotted a ledge protruding from the wall of a building on his left. He jumped and grabbed the ledge with the tips of his fingers. For a brief moment, his feet dangled in the air until they finally found purchase on a horizontal crack just wide enough for the tips of his feet to fit into. Jake then quickly looked around and noticed another handhold just above him. He leaped up and seized it with both hands. Utilizing any handhold and foothold he could find, he pressed on with his climb, all too aware of the truck engine's rumble growing louder as his pursuers quickly closed in on him. Jake continued to scale the building wall until he reached the 2nd floor. To his left was a shattered window. He first grabbed the bottom edge of the window frame with one hand, then with the other. Hanging from the window, he pulled himself up and, with a powerful motion, shoved his body through the opening. He landed on the floor of the room beyond and launched himself into a roll before getting up on his feet. Jake quickly scanned his surroundings. He found himself in a spacious, but mostly empty room. No mutants were in sight, and no sound reached him from the deeper parts of the building. Relieved that he wouldn't have to fight any mutants, he turned his attention to his wounds. The ragged hole in his knee was less severe, and most of the flesh had nearly grown back by that point. The wound in his shoulder was still healing, gradually closing as his flesh regenerated. At least his mana was no longer leaking out. An idea occurred to him. Back when he was a survivor, he could access a battle log on his PDA to monitor both the damage he inflicted on enemies and the damage he sustained. He'd never attempted to access that menu as a mutant. Remembering it now, he decided to give it a try. After all, his enhanced intelligence functioned like a PDA in so many ways. He closed his eyes and gave a mental command to summon a combat log. He wasn't sure if it would work, so it was a pleasant surprise when a piece of information he'd just requested actually materialized in his mind. Battle log. You have been wounded for 17% by explosive damage. You have been wounded for 8% by explosive damage. It was remarkable. He could access his battle log just as he had on his PDA when he was a regular survivor. He knew he would make good use of this feature whenever the need arose. He glanced at the information once more. The first bullet that hit him in the left shoulder had inflicted 17% damage, while the second bullet, which struck his right knee, caused 8%. Both bullets had exploded, dealing explosive damage. Regular bullets would have dealt significantly less damage to him. Also, Jake remembered acquiring an upgrade for the enhanced regeneration skill to develop greater resistance to various elemental damage types. Had he not done that, the 2 explosive bullets that had wounded him would have dealt much more damage to his body. Another thought occurred to him. Could he somehow check his resistances? Was there maybe a specific menu for that? He decided to give it a shot and issued a mental command to summon his resistances. To his mild surprise, it actually worked. A new piece of information emerged in his mind. Elemental resistances. Incendiary, 10%. Cryo, 10%. Shock, 10%. Explosive, 10%. Corrosive, 10%. Radiation, 10%. Other resistances. Pierce, 12%. Poison, 0%. Mana bleeding, 7%. Mind control, 0%. Stun, 0%. Chaos, 0%. Ethereal, 0%. It appeared he had always had access to his menu, he simply had never attempted to access it before. And since there was no tutorial on being a mutant, he had never been informed about having the resistances menu. He had to learn the ropes of being a Morphus all by himself, discovering new things on the go. He returned his attention to the information. He noticed that all his elemental resistances were at 10%, clearly due to the upgrade he had acquired for enhanced regeneration the other day. His pierce resistance was at 12%, while his mana bleeding resistance stood at 7%. The latter was likely influenced by his magic attribute, while the former was formed by his body attribute, along with various skills and upgrades that improved his overall durability and made his body more damage resistant. All the other resistances were currently at 0. The mind control and stun resistances were pretty much self-explanatory. As for chaos and ethereal resistances, he could only guess what they protected him against. He attempted to call up additional information on them, but nothing happened. All these thoughts raced through his mind in mere seconds. He was eager to think about each of his resistances more carefully, but he had no time for that. The sudden screech of tires from the street drew his attention as the pickup truck neared the building Jake was in, reminding him that at the moment, he had more pressing matters than studying his stats. Opening his eyes, he jogged across the vast, empty room toward the windows facing the street. His injured leg still wasn't fully healed, causing him to move in a staggered, unsteady manner. Slowly, keeping most of his body concealed, he peeked out of one window at the street. Below him, he saw the pickup truck turn and pull a few feet into the alley before coming to a stop. The demon manning the machine gun peered into the narrow alley stretching before the idling vehicle, a perplexed look on his face. Jake was certain that when he dashed into the alley, the pickup truck hadn't even reached the intersection yet, so its 2 occupants couldn't have seen him enter it. In spite of that, they knew for sure where exactly he had gone, which meant they had some means of tracking him. "Where's that bastard?" the shooter growled, hatred dripping from his voice as it echoed through the shattered window Jake stood at. These guys seemed to genuinely hate him for some reason. But why? Was it because of the helicopter he'd brought down a few days earlier? But how had they learned it was him who destroyed it? Sure, somebody saw him after the helicopter crashed, but those guys weren't from Los Demonios. Perhaps Catalina had tipped off the rest of the gang about him, but that scenario made even less sense. Or maybe Los Demonios had been on his trail even before that incident. After all, before he destroyed the helicopter, its 2 occupants had been looking for something, or someone, though it was hard to tell if they were looking for him specifically. One thing was for certain, though, the 2 bandits in the pickup truck had definitely been looking for him, and they had been at that for a while now. They clearly even had a method of tracking his movements. Jake couldn't wrap his head around it. On one hand, he could come up with plenty of explanations for why he was being hunted, but on the other hand, without any evidence to back up his theories, they were all just speculation for now. However, he didn't have the luxury of time to ponder any of that right now, because the shooter suddenly shouted to the driver, "Tell me where the bastard is." "What are you waiting for? Check the scanner before the freak gets away from us again." Jake knew he was about to be discovered. What options did he have? Well, there obviously were only two, either fight or run. If he ran, the demons would continue to track him down, but he needed to know why they were hunting him. He really wanted to understand their motives. The problem was that he wasn't in the best shape to fight as his wounds weren't completely healed yet. On the other hand, he currently had an element of surprise working in his favor. So if he chose to attack, he had to do it right now. "It's right here," the driver shouted suddenly, panic creeping into his voice. He had obviously just checked the scanner and pinpointed Jake's location. There was no time to think. Flee or fight? Jake made a split-second decision. There was a window to the left, in the corner of the room, facing the alley. The glass was missing, and when Jake leaned out, he saw that the pickup truck was positioned directly below him from that vantage point. "Where?" the shooter barked at the driver. "Where is here, exactly?" His gaze was fixed on the cab ahead. A quick glance upward would reveal Jake leaning out of the window frame, peering down at him. "I dunno," the driver shouted in response. "The blip's right at our position." It seemed that their scanner offered no hints about whether the target was located above or below them. The shooter glanced around, only noting the walls of the buildings on both sides of the truck. In the next instant, he must have realized where Jake was because he suddenly jerked his head upward just as Jake leaped from the window above, hurtling down towards him. The shooter's mouth opened in an O as he was about to shout. However, before he could utter a sound, Jake landed on top of him, sending him sprawling onto the floor of the truck bed. The vehicle swayed with the force of the impact, producing a plaintive creak. 2 or 3 ribs in the guy's chest snapped, causing him to cry out in pain. Jake positioned himself atop the demon who whined and squirmed beneath him. Jake morphed his right hand into claws and immediately lashed out with them at the guy's exposed throat. His victim's eyes went wide as blood began to flow from the gash. However, Jake had made sure not to dig his claws too deeply into the bandit's flesh, because he needed at least one of these guys to remain alive. If he acted quickly enough, he would be able to neutralize the driver and get back to the shooter before he bled to death. "What the fuck?" the driver cursed. In his wide field of vision, Jake saw the driver glance back at him through the rear window. He turned his head, and for a second, their gazes locked, Jake's large blue eyes devoid of any emotion while the driver's widened in horror. Then, Jake spun toward the cab and jumped, landing on the roof. To his credit, despite his fear, the driver didn't succumb to panic, and his reflexes remained sharp. He reacted immediately, not giving Jake a chance to do anything else. The pickup truck's engine growled as the vehicle surged backward out of the alley. Jake flipped over the windshield, rolled across the hood, and finally landed on the sidewalk. The truck screeched to a halt in the middle of the street. As he looked up, Jake met the driver's gaze through the windshield. Judging by his expression, the bandit wasn't in the least surprised to see Jake unscathed. Just as the driver shifted the vehicle into drive, Jake leaped to his feet and performed a mana-infused jump toward the pickup truck, morphing his other hand into claws as he soared through the air. Before the vehicle could even move from the spot, he landed on its hood, dropping to a crouch and immediately sinking his claws into the surface of the hood. His toughened talons sliced easily through the metal, and Jake immediately latched onto it, anchoring himself. The truck lurched forward, making a sharp turn before accelerating down the street. However, now that Jake was securely anchored to the hood, it wasn't easy for the driver to shake him off. He continued to guide the vehicle down the street, craning his neck to look around Jake, whose body obstructed most of his view. Realizing it was futile to try to dislodge the obsidian black mutant and too dangerous to drive without being able to see the road, the driver slammed on the brakes. The sudden stop caused Jake's body to lurch forward, but his claws gripping the hood kept him firmly in place, preventing him from being tossed off the vehicle. As Jake released his left clawed hand from the hood, the driver drew a strange-looking handgun from its holster at his hip. The weapon resembled a revolver, but its cylinder was triangular-shaped, a stark contrast to conventional round chambers. Each of its 3 sides clearly contained a single round. 2 glowing sigils adorned the barrel of the large weapon. The driver pointed the weapon at him and fired through the windshield, punching a hole in it. Jake jerked his head to the side, instinctively raising his left hand. The bullet hit him in the palm. Jake expected the round to explode, but something else happened instead. His palm and 2 clawed fingers, pinky and ring finger, began to crystallize, turning into ice. Part of his palm became encrusted, transforming his obsidian black flesh into a glassy, sparkling surface akin to ice. Then the process suddenly halted, leaving two of his fingers and part of his palm resembling frozen crystals. Jake realized he could no longer feel or move his pinky and ring finger. For a moment, neither Jake nor the driver moved, both stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Jake had never been shot with such a weapon before. Without even checking his battle log, he knew he had just suffered from cryo damage. The driver, on the other hand, clearly expected his weapon to inflict much more cryo damage on Jake than it had. He had obviously used this revolver many times before on other ex-humans, and the damage it inflicted on them must have been far more devastating. He probably anticipated that Jake's entire arm would turn into ice instead of just two fingers. Then the driver snapped out of it. He pulled the hammer back with his thumb, the cylinder rotating with a loud click, and immediately fired again. The bullet hit Jake in the left palm again, but unlike the previous shot, this one exploded. It didn't deal much damage to his hand, but his two frozen fingers exploded into a million tiny, sparkling shards that flew in every direction. The driver's thumb cocked back the revolver's hammer with a practiced motion honed by countless days of survival in this harsh world. He readjusted his aim and fired the final round from his revolver. Jake jerked his head to the side, and instead of embedding itself into his forehead, the bullet grazed the left side of his head. It immediately blew up, destroying Jake's left eye. The sudden loss of half his vision filled him with rage. The shocked expression on the driver's face revealed just how surprised he was that Jake was still alive. He began to hastily reload his revolver as Jake morphed what remained of his left hand into a smash fist. Despite the damage to his hand, the smash fist remained large and powerful. He hurled it toward the windshield, easily shattering it. The driver screamed as shards of glass peppered him, cutting his skin and embedding themselves in his face. Jake reached inside the cab and wrenched the revolver from the driver's grip, accidentally breaking the guy's index finger in the process. He clenched the revolver in his huge hand, turning it into a twisted useless piece of metal. He opened his hand, allowing the destroyed weapon to fall. He then placed his palm on the driver's scalp, wrapping the three remaining fingers of his enlarged left hand around the man's head. The driver gripped Jake's lower arm, desperately trying to pull it away, but he was powerless against his inhuman strength. Jake applied pressure, and the bandit's cranium crumpled inward almost effortlessly. Since he was still holding the driver's head, Jake focused on accessing his memories, utilizing his mind reader ability. For 2 or 3 seconds, it seemed to work, and images of the driver's most recent memories began to flood Jake's mind. Ignoring the dying driver's body thrashing about in death throes, Jake quickly fast-forwarded through his memories, searching for something useful. One scene caught his attention. The driver had stopped the pickup truck, and both he and the shooter opened fire on a group of ex-humans. While Jake couldn't see the guy in the truck bed, it was obvious he was operating the mounted machine gun. As for the driver, he was using his revolver, aiming it at one of the walkers approaching the idling truck. The first round he fired hit the walker center mass, turning most of its upper body into ice. The second round he fired was explosive, and it shattered the frozen part of the mutant's body into a million tiny fragments, killing the mutant instantly. That was what the driver expected to happen when he fired his revolver at Jake. Only as it turned out, his weapon wasn't nearly as effective against him as it was against regular mutants, which was why the driver had been taken aback. Then the memories were suddenly replaced by darkness as the driver finally died. Jake pulled his hand away from the dead bandit, whose head now looked like a crushed overripe melon. He jumped down from the hood to the ground, walked along the side of the truck, and leaped into the bed. The shooter was still alive, his right hand wrapped around his wounded throat, blood seeping through his fingers. His other hand clawed at the rucksack that was just out of reach on the opposite side of the truck bed. Jake crouched down, straddling the man, and grabbed hold of his head, activating Mind Reader. The guy's most recent memories flooded Jake's mind. He didn't learn anything new, though. Before encountering him, the 2 occupants of the truck had been driving around the city in search of him. While Jake was already aware of that, using Mind Reader was still useful because each activation progressed the ability toward the next rank, which would improve its effectiveness. Releasing the demon's head, he reached for his rucksack. Morphing his claws into a normal hand, he began to rummage through the bag's contents. Although it held a myriad of survival supplies, Jake was solely focused on locating the guy's PDA. Since the shooter was dressed in a t-shirt and a pair of jeans, the rucksack was likely the only place it could be stored. It didn't take him long to find it. He dug the device out of the bag and took hold of the dying human's right hand, which lacked the strength to resist. Jake pressed the man's thumb to the PDA screen, and the device got unlocked. Now, it was time to finally uncover the reason these guys were after him. Chapter 124. First of all, Jake tapped on the Missions tab, and the guy's list of active and completed missions filled the screen. The demon currently had only one active mission, positioned at the top of the list. Jake checked it out. Objective: use a scanner to locate and eliminate an Human Morphus. Complete the mission within 24 hours to earn an additional reward. Difficulty: hard. Reward: 250,000 XP, 750,000 credits. Extra reward: supply drop, X1, legendary. Status: in progress. The menu felt painfully familiar. During his time as a regular survivor, Jake had completed plenty of missions in exchange for rewards such as XP, credits, and supply drops, each filled with useful items. For a moment, he stared at the information displayed on the screen. So, the guy squirming beneath him actually had a mission to track him down and kill him. He and his now-dead companion weren't hunting him just for the hell of it. Instead, they wanted to complete their mission to earn impressive rewards. 250,000 XP and 750,000 credits were significant amounts of experience and currency, even for survivors at their level. Also, if they succeeded in finding and eliminating him within a day, they could even request a supply airdrop filled with legendary gear. What the hell, Jake thought. He just couldn't wrap his head around it. How come these guys were given a mission to kill him? The answer came to him quickly: the system regarded him merely as a monster for survivors to hunt. He actually wasn't all that surprised by that. Deep down, he had already suspected the truth, which was precisely why he checked the guy's missions list first. He just couldn't bring himself to admit that he was viewed by the system as nothing more than a mere monster to kill. One small consolation was that this mission had the highest difficulty. So at least the system did him justice, recognizing just how dangerous he truly was. Then another thought came to his mind. Maybe his transformation into a mutant was some kind of glitch. Maybe he hadn't been supposed to turn into a sentient mutant with unique skills and abilities when he was sucked into the dark void anomaly. So there were two explanations for what was happening: either the system simply categorized him as a mutant and assigned high-level survivors the mission to eliminate him, or he truly was a glitch, and therefore the system wanted him gone for good. If it was the former, that was fine, because it would only mean he could occasionally expect survivors to hunt him. But if it was the latter, it was really bad news, because it would mean that the system was making an intentional effort to get rid of him and likely wouldn't give up until he was gone. A small piece of good news was that, at least, it seemed the system couldn't just erase him out of existence. If it could do that, it wouldn't have bothered to go through all the trouble of giving survivors the mission to hunt him down. So, it needed to use survivors to get the job done. He could handle survivors, even those whose levels greatly outmatched his. However, dealing with high-level survivors wasn't all that easy, so he had to level up even faster than he had. He could have pondered the implications of his situation further, but decided not to for the time being. Before delving deeper into the matter, he first wanted to check the guy's diary. He knew entries appeared in a survivor's diary automatically. The owner of a device couldn't add, edit, or remove them manually. On average, new entries appeared once or twice a day, describing notable events that occurred during that day. This ensured that everything found in the bandit's diary would be true. For the next few minutes, he scanned through the entries in the guy's journal. He learned that his name was Jovan. During the first days after the collapse, he had met a guy named Arnaud, and since then, they had survived together. Jake wasn't particularly interested in that, so he skipped most entries that described their initial days of survival. He did notice, however, that both of them were quite the pieces of work. Together, they ambushed and attacked other survivors, but they always targeted loners, and only when they had some sort of advantage over their victims. At some point, they were captured by gangsters from Los Demonios. They were given a choice that all the gang's captives were given: either be forced to do labor for the gang or join their ranks. However, those who chose to join would have to prove their loyalty first. Unsurprisingly, Jovan and Arnaud opted to join and, for a time, they worked for Los Demonios, hunting down, capturing, torturing, and killing any other survivors the gang's leaders directed them to. This wasn't particularly challenging for Jovan and Arnaud, considering they weren't the greatest people in the world to begin with. Finally, they managed to prove their worth, securing their place in the gang. After officially becoming demons, they were given long pieces of red fabric to wear at all times, like scarves, symbolizing their affiliation with Los Demonios. They also received a good vehicle and top-notch gear. On top of that, they were given spells that multiplied all the XP they earned, which explained why they had been able to level up so quickly. One entry in Joven's diary detailed what he knew about Los Demonios, which wasn't much. At some point, he and Arnaud spoke with other demons and learned a little about the gang's origins. Nobody knew for sure, but there was a rumor that Los Demonios hadn't originally formed in this city. The gang leaders were high-level survivors who had arrived via helicopters from somewhere else. That was essentially all Jovan, Arnaud, and other regular demons knew about the gang's leadership. Those who refused to join Los Demonios basically became slaves, forced to work for the gang. However, not all of the captured survivors were allowed to do labor for the gang. Some of them were taken somewhere, but nobody except for the gang's leaders knew where exactly they were sent or what happened to them afterward. This morning, Jovan and Arnaud were contacted by one of the gang leaders, who went by the name Skullface. He informed them that he would assign them a mission, which they needed to complete within a day. They could keep the cash reward but had to hand over the legendary reward to one of the gang leaders. So, as it turned out, it wasn't Jovan who was initially assigned the mission to kill Jake, but one of the gang leaders nicknamed Skullface. It meant that survivors could pass missions on to others, a fact Jake hadn't been aware of during his time as a survivor. Jovan and Arnaud spent the first half of the day driving through the city, trying to track Jake down. They knew that failing this mission would not be accepted. Skullface had warned them that if they failed to complete the mission within 24 hours and secure the legendary reward, they would face severe punishment. Los Demonios was an extremely violent gang with harsh rules. Unfortunately for Jovan and Arnaud, they were unaware of how fast Jake moved, and the mission's description hadn't mentioned that Jake often traveled across the city using rooftops. By the time they arrived at his last known location, he was already long gone, and they had to track him again. This explained why Jovan and Arnaud were so infuriated with Jake, not for any personal grudge, as he had previously assumed. The longer they searched the city, the more frustrated they became. They knew that if they didn't locate and eliminate Jake before the day ended, they would be in serious trouble. And that was the final entry in Joven's diary, written just a few hours earlier. While there were still some unanswered questions, Jake had definitely learned a few new things, both about how the system viewed him and about Los Demonios. He now realized that he had to remain constantly alert for other survivors who might be hunting him down. One of the leaders of Los Demonios, Skullface, would most likely pass the mission to kill him on to someone else once he learned about Jovan and Arnaud's failure. Without understanding the system's motives regarding him, Jake couldn't guess how long this mission would be active or how often it would resurface and be assigned to other survivors. As a result, he would have to remain vigilant and always keep his head on a swivel for trouble. Jake wanted to open the map app to check what places of interest Jovan might have pinned, but before he could do so, the screen suddenly went black. At first, he didn't realize what had just happened, but then he noticed that the guy beneath him had stopped squirming and was now completely motionless. Jovan had finally bled to death. With the guy now dead, the device couldn't be unlocked anymore. Even though Jake knew that, he picked up the dead guy's hand and pressed its thumb against the screen again. Immediately, a message appeared across the display. The device cannot be unlocked because its owner is dead. For a moment, Jake considered taking the device with him. He still hoped that he would eventually learn some skill or unlock an upgrade for enhanced intelligence that would allow him to hack into survivors' PDAs. Carrying Joven's PDA all the time would be inconvenient, but he could always stash it on a rooftop and come back for it later if he actually managed to learn how to hack it. However, a new message suddenly appeared on the screen. The device will revert to its default settings in 59 seconds. So, there was no point in taking the PDA with him. Now that Jovan was dead, the device was set to perform a factory reset and erase all its data. This would allow a survivor who had lost their own PDA to use it if they stumbled upon it, since all the progress a survivor made in this game-like world was backed up in the system itself, while PDAs were merely used to access and view that information. After Joven's PDA completed its factory reset, Jake attempted to register as a new user, but no response came when he tapped the screen. It was expected, considering the system regarded him as a monster rather than a survivor. With no reason to keep the device, Jake dropped it and got to his feet. Without glancing back at Joven's lifeless body, he turned and leaped from the truck bed to the road. He assessed his wounds. The 2 fingers he had lost were already beginning to grow back, which came as no surprise. After all, during the tower climb challenge, he had lost 2 fingers in a fight with a slasher, his first encounter with this type of mutant, and they had regrown pretty quickly. Now that he was much stronger and possessed useful skills like enhanced regeneration, he was confident that the fingers Arnaud had shot off would regrow even faster. He touched the ragged hole on the left side of his head and found that some of his flesh had already regrown. He was fairly certain that the eye he had lost would likely grow back as well, though he couldn't tell how long it would take. So for now, all he wanted to do was find a quiet place to rest and allow his body to recover. He quickly scanned his surroundings and broke into a brisk jog away from the pickup truck and the 2 dead demons. It took a couple of hours for Jake's eye to grow back. It was great to have full vision again. As for the fingers he'd lost, they had regrown long before that. When he finally stepped out of the building where he had sought refuge, darkness was beginning to set in. The night would arrive in just a few hours. He spent some time fighting monsters and searching for mana. At some point, he leveled up to 40, earning 5 skill points to allocate. He hid in the darkness of a narrow alley and summoned his stats. As he had planned, he acquired all 4 available upgrades for the Mind Reader ability. Upgrade options. 1. Allows you to hear sounds within a target's memories. 2. Sharpen the clarity of memories to create more vivid visualizations. 3. Allows you to absorb long memories within just a few seconds of real time. 4. Allows you to instantly access key moments in a target's memories. Since it was an uncommon ability, it had 4 upgrades instead of 3, and all of them were extremely useful. Thanks to the first one, he could finally discern sounds while viewing someone's memories. This would be particularly useful, as it would allow him to listen to conversations that took place in a target's past. The second upgrade improved the overall clarity of memories, while the third one allowed him to watch lengthy memories in just seconds of real time, which was extremely useful. He recalled how, during his exploration of the helicopter pilot's memories, the man had pulled a gun on him. If he hadn't been warned about that through feral instincts, the pilot could have shot him. With the second upgrade, he could absorb long memories in mere seconds, fast enough to prevent his target from taking any action while he was engrossed in their memories. The fourth upgrade was incredibly useful as well. Thanks to it, he wouldn't need to watch all of a target's memories, but instead, he would instantly be able to jump to only the important ones. Combined with the third upgrade, viewing someone's memories could be done extremely quickly, probably in just a couple of seconds of real time. Jake then checked the status of this ability. Mind Reader, rank I, 60%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. He had watched the memories of Yovan and Arnaud, advancing his Mind Reader ability by 20% each time. To upgrade the ability to rank 2, he needed to use it 2 more times. Jake couldn't help but notice that there wasn't a single upgrade for this ability that allowed him to delve into someone's memories for more than just a few minutes in. So far, he could access only about 15 minutes of a target's most recent memories. He suspected that the depth of access was governed by this ability's rank, meaning he needed to advance Mind Reader to higher ranks to explore deeper into a person's mind. The only way to progress this ability was to use it on somebody, and sure enough, the person had to be alive. This posed a bit of a problem for him. Survivors wouldn't just let him grab them by their heads, or any other parts of their bodies for that matter. They would resist and attack him, and he wanted to avoid unnecessary confrontations. Then an idea came to him. Could he use this ability on a sleeping person? Would it work? It seemed worth a try. He figured he could probably touch a person's head lightly without waking them. He decided to give it a shot at some point. He still had 1 skill point left to allocate. After giving the matter some thought, he decided to use it to purchase the final upgrade for claws to make them longer. He remembered that he previously hadn't wanted to increase their length, because longer claws were less practical for tasks beyond combat. However, in the end, he decided to acquire the upgrade. After all, he only used them in combat, and when he, for example, needed to pick something up, he morphed his claws back into normal hands anyway. Therefore, there was no reason not to acquire this upgrade. He then reviewed his current stats. Name, Jake Turner. Race, Human Morphus. Evolution Stage 2, Savage Ascent. Level, 40. HP, 100%. XP, 35/5125. SP, 0. MP, 43,125. Body, 32. Mind, 30. Magic, 30. Claws, rank 3, 17%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. Swords, rank 2, 13%. Upgrades, 3 of 3, common. Bladed tentacles, rank I, 96%. Upgrades, 3 of 3, common. Mind reader, rank I, 60%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. Smash fists, rank I, 78%. Upgrades, 3 of 3, common. Enhanced senses, rank 3, 19%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. Enhanced agility, rank 3, 24%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. Enhanced intelligence, rank 3, 25%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. Enhanced reflexes, rank I, 98%. Upgrades, 3 of 3, common. Enhanced strength, rank I, 35%. Upgrades, 3 of 3, common. Enhanced regeneration, rank I, 47%. Upgrades, 3 of 3, common. Feral instincts, rank I, 26%. Upgrades, 3 of 3, common. Enhanced durability, rank I, 19%. Upgrades, 3 of 3, common. So he had finally acquired all the upgrades for his current skills and abilities. Once he collected more MP, he planned to purchase some new ones from the second section of the genetic development interface, which had become available after his evolving into the second stage. Jake then opened his eyes, morphed his hands into claws, and looked at them. They were definitely longer now, but aside from that, they hadn't changed. He reverted them to normal hands and left the dark alley. Since he decided to use Mind Reader on sleeping humans, he chose to stay at street level instead of going to the rooftops. He spent the rest of the evening and the first half of the night searching for mana consumables. During his search, he accumulated over 50,000 MP. He could now buy 2 or maybe even 3 skills from the second section of the genetic development interface. He decided to level up first so he would have spare skill points to allocate to his attributes if it became necessary to purchase skills that caught his eye. It was now the middle of the night, and most survivors were likely fast asleep. The regular world reset had already taken place, so there were plenty of freshly respawned monsters around. This worked to his advantage, making it easier to search for survivors' hideouts because, as he knew from experience, mutants never respawned in buildings where humans sought shelter for the night. Most of the buildings he entered had ex-humans inside, so he quickly left them. Eventually, he found a structure that seemed devoid of mutants, at least the living ones. He noticed the bodies of dead mutants scattered around, along with plenty of spent brass casings littering the floor. Clear footprints were visible in the layer of dust covering the ground. He followed the tracks to one of the upper floors, where he found himself in a long corridor lined with closed doors on either side. He crept down the corridor, carefully listening for any sounds, like snoring, that might reveal the presence of sleeping survivors on this floor. It didn't take him long to hear something, but instead of the sounds of sleeping people, his acute hearing detected several voices engaged in conversation. He froze, crouching low to the floor. He could tell that the sounds of conversation were coming from a slightly ajar door a few yards down the corridor. Judging by the energy in the voices of those talking, they weren't going to sleep anytime soon. So instead of waiting for them to turn in, he decided to leave the building and search for another group of survivors. He was about to turn around and head back to the stairs when he suddenly realized that the survivors were actually talking about him. Intrigued, he decided to stay a little longer to listen in on their conversation. "I don't buy it," Jake heard one of them say. "It sounds made up." "It's true," someone else replied. "Whether you want to accept it or not, that mutant actually exists, Michael. An unstoppable mutant, as black as night, attacking everyone, and no one can kill it? That sounds like an urban legend, you know," Michael scoffed. "It's not an urban legend," the second man insisted. "It sounds like one, Jonah," Michael replied. "Honestly, I'm not surprised." "Surprised by what?" Jonah asked. "By the fact that these kinds of stories are starting to appear," Michael said. "Think about it. We're stuck in a world where all kinds of scary monsters exist, and they aren't actual monsters," a third voice interjected. "They're mutants." "Whatever. My point still stands. And please, let me finish my thought, Toby." "Sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt. What I was going to say is, considering how many terrifying monsters, mutants, creatures, whatever you want to call them, are roaming this world, it's no wonder people begin to imagine their own monsters. That's why our ancestors figured out how to make fire, they wanted to fend off the darkness, because they believed monsters crawled out of their lairs when night fell. Are you done trying to sound like a philosopher? A female voice chuckled. I'm just stating the obvious, Hannah, Michael replied. I agree with Michael, another male voice chimed in. Those stories about that unkillable mutant do sound fabricated. Thanks, Gerard, Michael replied. At least someone else here besides myself hasn't lost their marbles. The truth is that ex-human actually exists, Jonah interjected. There are plenty of people who have seen it. That mutant is called an ex-human morphus. Oh, so people have even given that mutant a name already? Michael laughed. Nobody's given it a name, Jonah replied. It's what it's actually called. Someone must have scanned it at some point. Yeah, right. You'd think the people who made up those stories about the mutant would come up with a more fitting name. Given all the terrifying rumors about it, the name Morphus doesn't do it justice. Something like Nightclaw or Creeping Night would be much more appropriate, don't you think? Though the latter feels more like something out of a children's scary story. Ignoring Michael's attempt at humor, Jonah continued, those who have encountered the Morphus say it's an exceptionally clever mutant. Some even believe it might be intelligent. Please! Michael exclaimed. Have you ever seen an intelligent mutant? Not personally, no, Jonah admitted. But some of them are quite smart. I suppose it depends on their level. The higher the level, the smarter they are. While the survivors spoke with vigor, they tried to keep their voices low. Still, Jake could hear them perfectly. He remained crouched in the corridor, his gaze fixed on the slightly open door from which the voices were coming. There's another interesting rumor about the Morphus, Toby said. People claim it was once human, a survivor just like us. Then something happened, and he turned into a mutant. Bullshit, was all Michael said. It sounded like he was no longer interested in discussing the subject. Where did you hear that? Gerard asked, intrigued. Toby replied, remember that group we came across the other day? The one that was surrounded by a horde of mutants? We helped them fight them off. Yeah. So? We spent the rest of the day with them, right? I made friends with one of the guys. His name is Jacob. We talked a lot. He told me they'd encountered another group of survivors at some point, and from one of them, he heard something interesting. Jacob told me their group recently witnessed a helicopter crash. Yeah? Michael perked up. Was it Los Demonios' chopper? I'd assume so, Toby replied. I mean, what other groups have helicopters? That's incredible, Michael said. It's great to hear those assholes lost a chopper. Fuck Los Demonios. Who are those guys, anyway? So what does the chopper crash have to do with the Morphus, or whatever it's called? Gerard asked, steering the conversation back on course. Jacob said it was the Morphus who brought it down, Toby replied. Really? Michael scoffed. So, that mutant can fly now? Is that what you're saying? No, Jacob said that someone in his group caught sight of it jumping out of the chopper just before it crashed. After that, the Morphus clung to a building wall while Jake's group watched. When it noticed them, it climbed into a window and disappeared. What was the Morphus doing in the chopper? Gerard asked skeptically. How did it even get in there? How should I know? Toby replied. I'm just sharing what I heard from Jacob. The Morphus appeared intelligent to him somehow. He also told me that he once heard from somebody else this theory that the Morphus was human once. I believe the rumors about the Morphus, Hannah said, who had been mostly silent before until now. Before joining you guys, I met quite a lot of other survivors. I spoke with many of them, she added with a chuckle, at least with those who weren't trigger-happy and didn't open fire on me on sight. I heard from several that now and then, they spotted the Morphus climbing buildings and leaping between rooftops. So it can't fly, but it definitely has some incredible climbing abilities and can jump great distances. At one point, I heard another story about the Morphus from a different group of survivors, Jonah added. One of them claimed they were jumped by it one night. Really? Toby replied, intrigued. What happened? They said the Morphus appeared out of nowhere. They weren't even aware it was there or didn't hear it approach until it was almost right on top of them. One of them, I think his name was Eric, was gripping a mana crystal in his hands. It gave off a lot of light, which is how they noticed the Morphus charging toward them. Yeah, Gerard replied. Mana crystals are incredibly bright and quite rare. So far, I've only managed to find one myself. Without it, they probably wouldn't have spotted it until it was too late, Jonah added. The Morphus was terrifyingly quiet, barely making a sound as it moved. I don't suppose they killed it? Toby asked. No, they wounded it, but surprisingly, it didn't fight back. Instead, it snatched the mana crystal out of Eric's hands and fled. That's it? Michael chuckled. Really? That's anticlimactic. So it just stole the guy's mana crystal and ran off? Gerard asked. Yeah. Why didn't it attack them, though? Gerard pondered. What did it even need the mana crystal for? Don't ask me. I know as much as you do. I'm just telling you what I heard. That group has been speculating that the Morphus feeds on mana. After all, while it happened very fast, they did notice that it didn't have a mouth, so the Morphus can't eat. Instead, it must feed on mana, extracting it from mana items the way we do. So this mutant lurks in the darkness, spies on survivors, and steals their mana items? Michael laughed. What's it, some kind of mana thief? Exactly, Gerard chimed in. Maybe it's even listening to us right now, watching from its hiding spot in the shadows. Ooh, how scary, Michael mocked. However, a tense silence suddenly hung in the air. Jake remained where he was, listening intently. He thought the survivors had worked themselves up enough to leave the room and venture into the dark corridor to check it for any lurking mutants. Yet all remained silent, no sounds hinted that anyone had moved. Jake mulled over what he had just overheard. As it turned out, he had gained quite a bit of popularity among the regular survivors. Plenty of rumors about him circulated, and surprisingly, most of them were true. People knew he preferred to traverse the city by rooftops and had figured out that he fed on mana. Some even recognized that he was sentient. Until now, Jake had no idea he was being discussed so much by the survivors, and it made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Michael suddenly exclaimed, "Come on, enough with the campfire ghost stories. The Morphus isn't real. All those stories are made up, so you can all chill out. What's with you, scaredy cats? Y'all really look like you actually believe this nonsense." I don't, Gerard replied, though his tone lacked conviction. It's all true, a new female voice chimed in, sounding somewhat familiar to Jake. What are you talking about? Toby asked, puzzled. The Morphus is real. The group I was with before, we were attacked by it. The Morphus attacked you? Jonah asked. Why yes. Bullshit, Michael scoffed. I think Elena's telling the truth, Hannah said. Jake suddenly remembered where he had heard that voice before. Elena was the only survivor of the group he had slain many days before. So, what happened? Jonah asked quietly. There was a brief pause before Elena began. We saw someone fall from a roof. At first, we thought it was a person, but then we realized it was the Morphus, though I didn't know its name at the time. Elena fell silent for a long moment, as if reluctant to recall what came next. And then it attacked your group? Jonah gently prodded. Not right away. It got up and just stared at us. Hold on, Michael interrupted. You said it fell off the roof? Yes, Elena confirmed. How tall was the building? 10 stories. So you're saying the Morphus fell from that height and then got up like it was nothing? That's exactly what happened, Elena replied, her tone unexpectedly firm. Michael appeared taken aback by the firmness in her voice, hesitating before answering. When he did, his voice softened. Did it at least sustain any injuries from the fall? He asked. I can't say for sure, Elena answered. If it did, it didn't show. So it fell from a 10-story building and then just jumped to its feet as if nothing happened, he asked again. That's what I just said, Elena replied. Michael scoffed, but remained silent. You mentioned it didn't attack you right away, Toby interjected. Do you know why? Jake didn't hear her answer, she probably shook her head. Then she said, the Morphus seemed intelligent to me. Rather than attacking, it raised its hands and shook its head when one of my teammates suggested we kill it. So it actually understood human speech? Jonah asked. It certainly seemed that way. But my teammates didn't notice. They were hell-bent on killing it. I tried to reason with them, but they either didn't hear me or just ignored me. What happened next was so fast I barely had time to understand what was happening. Elena paused for a moment, as if catching her breath. When my teammates opened fire on the Morphus, it charged at us instantly, she continued. I can't even describe how fast the creature was. My teammates kept shooting, but I honestly can't recall if they even managed to hit it. If they did, it had little effect. The Morphus just circled us, waiting for my teammates to run out of bullets in their guns. When that happened, it charged at us. And then. Her voice broke, and Elena fell silent. It's okay, Hannah said gently. You don't have to relive this. We have a pretty good idea of what happened next. Yeah, Michael said. The unkillable Morphus killed all her teammates. What I don't get is how she lived while they didn't. Michael, shut the hell up, Hannah snapped, her voice laced with anger. I'm just being curious. Aren't you curious too? I swear, Michael, if you don't cut it out, I'll sock you. Michael opened his mouth to speak, but Elena suddenly spoke up, raising her voice and cutting him off. I ran, she declared. I ran, okay? Is your curiosity satisfied now? Okay, Michael replied. You ran. But didn't the Morphus chase after you? There was a brief pause before Elena finally answered, it did. Silence enveloped the group again. Michael waited a few seconds, and when it became clear that she wouldn't continue, he prodded, and? Leave her alone, man, Jonah interjected. Yeah, Toby added. She clearly managed to escape. What's so hard to understand about that? I didn't manage to get away, Elena said suddenly. The Morphus was so fast it should have caught up with me easily. Then how did you escape? Michael asked. It was right there, chasing me, getting closer. I knew it was about to catch me. And then it just disappeared, Elena explained. What do you mean? Michael asked, puzzled. It was right after you and then just vanished? Yes. It was right on my heels. I was terrified, too scared to look back. At one point, I realized it should have caught me by now, but it hadn't. When I finally dared to glance back, it was simply gone. So the scary, bloodthirsty Morphus just let you escape for some reason? Michael scoffed. Explain that to me. I can't explain it, she replied. I'm just telling you what happened. For a moment, silence hung in the air. Then Michael spoke up again, his tone sharper this time. Tell me something, he directed at Elena. Did you run while your teammates were still fighting the Morphus? Hey, what the hell are you implying? Hannah interjected, her voice thick with anger. I'm not implying anything, Michael shot back. I just want to know. Think about it. She had time to escape, which means her teammates were still fighting the Morphus. Instead of helping them, she must have turned her back on them and run while the creature was distracted by her friends. She took that chance to save herself. Hey, you can't just accuse her of leaving her teammates behind, Toby interjected. Quit being an asshole. I just want to know if. Yes, Elena snapped, her voice raised and trembling. I ran while two of my teammates were still alive and fighting the Morphus. When I realized there was no way we could kill it, I just ran. Hey, nobody's accusing you of anything, Hannah said gently. You did what you had to do to save your life. If you had stayed, you would have been dead too. Think about it this way, if your teammates hadn't opened fire on the Morphus, they might have been alive. And you did try to convince them against provoking it. I mean, it's always nice to know which teammates you can rely on and which might leave you in the lurch, Michael said matter-of-factly. Suddenly, Elena snapped, her voice cracking with emotion. You think you're tough, but you've never encountered the Morphus, she yelled, teetering on the brink of losing it. You don't understand. Hey, don't freak out, I just. Elena didn't let him finish his sentence. You think you can kill the Morphus? But you've never even seen it. Who knows, maybe you'd be paralyzed with fear, unable to even run if you encountered it. People like you, full of bravado, tend to be the biggest cowards. Did you just call me a coward? Michael replied slowly, his tone tight. Guys, if that jerk says another word, I swear to God, I'm gonna punch his lights out, Hannah interjected, her voice full of anger. And I'll help her, Toby added. Yeah, Michael, you really need to shut the hell up already, Jonah chimed in. Michael sighed, you guys, I can't believe you're actually buying her story about this imaginary Morphus. Really? Michael, you're teetering on the edge of crossing a line, Gerard warned, a threatening edge to his voice. Et2, brute? Michael exclaimed dramatically. You actually believe her story? Even with all the holes in it? I don't know. Maybe. But you're being a real asshole right now. You need to stop. Right now. Jake fully expected Michael to blurt out something foolish again. However, there was only silence. Either Michael didn't want to mess with Gerard, or with everyone against him, he decided to drop the issue. Jake's sharp hearing picked up the muted sounds of Elena and Hannah talking, though their conversation was quiet enough that the rest of the group couldn't hear them. He assumed the two women were huddled together, with Hannah hugging Elena and trying to calm her down. While he could hear their voices, he couldn't make out the words. He did manage to catch one phrase from Elena, though. She said, I still have nightmares about it. I fear that someday I might see the Morphus again. Sometimes, it feels like it keeps stalking me, lurking in the shadows, just waiting for the perfect moment to jump out and finish what it started. Hannah offered some words of comfort to Elena, but Jake couldn't make out exactly what she said. He remembered that when he was killing Elena's teammates, his craving for human blood had taken over his judgment. However, a long time had passed since then, and he was now much better at controlling himself. He no longer slipped into a frenzy when fighting humans, always keeping a clear mind. As for his emotions and feelings, they were mostly blank. He hardly ever felt anything since the transformation. However, as he listened to Elena tell her story, he felt a long-forgotten sense of empathy bubbling up inside him. He felt bad for Elena and what she was going through, because of him. Jake welcomed that feeling, because it meant he wasn't a complete monster yet. He was still capable of understanding and sympathizing with others. Jonah, Toby, Michael, and Gerard steered away from the previous subject and began talking about Los Demonios. For a few moments, Jake listened to their conversation, wanting to learn what they had to say about the gang. Sure enough, they hated it. Jake discovered what he already knew, the bandits from Los Demonios were everywhere, attacking and capturing regular survivors. Nobody knew much about them, except that the people who were originally in the gang, as well as those captured and later recruited into their ranks, were truly evil. Regular survivors were now in a dire situation. They had to be on the lookout not only for mutants, but also for the demons, whose gang seemed to grow stronger with each passing day. The group continued their conversation, but Jake decided it was time to leave. He turned around and made his way back to the stairs. The last thing he heard was Gerard suggesting they team up with other groups of survivors to wage war against Los Demonios. He pointed out that with the gang growing stronger every single day, they could hide and run from the demons only for so long. A minute later, Jake stepped out of the building, and Elena along with the rest of her group never realized he'd been listening to their conversation just outside their room. Jake spent most of the night scouring the city for buildings where survivors might have found shelter for the night. He needed to use Mind Reader 2 more times to progress it to 100%. Once he reached that milestone, he could upgrade the ability to rank 2. It could potentially allow him to explore someone's mind more thoroughly than merely viewing a few minutes of their most recent memories. Those buildings that didn't have any mutants indicated that survivors had taken refuge on one of the floors. It didn't take Jake long to find a building with survivors inside. He located the floor where a group of them had settled in for the night. It was the middle of the night, and all of them were fast asleep in their sleeping bags, positioned at the wall farthest from the entrance. The room where the group gathered was huge, and as Jake crept toward the sleeping survivors, he wondered why they hadn't established a watch rotation. It was strange. Most survivor groups took that precaution. Something felt off, prompting Jake to slow his pace. He carefully looked around, listening intently and trying to figure out what was wrong. At first, he didn't notice anything out of place, but as he took a couple more steps toward the sleeping survivors, his feral instincts sent a signal of danger. Jake froze. Nothing changed around him. There seemed to be nothing that posed any kind of threat. However, his feral instincts continued to warn him of an impending danger. As he took another step toward the group of sleeping survivors, the sense of danger grew stronger. He halted his approach and focused on the sense of danger, trying to identify what was wrong. He couldn't quite tell. Looking around, he tried to detect any traps the sleeping survivors might have set up. It was dark in the room, but his nearly perfect night vision allowed him to see remarkably well. He examined the walls, the floor, and the ceiling but couldn't find anything that resembled a trap. It was strange, something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what. He closed his eyes to focus fully on his hearing. He listened intently and was able to detect a barely perceptible hum. The sound seemed to emanate from ahead of him. Without opening his eyes, Jake crouched down and placed his palm on the floor, focusing on his tactile sensations. One of the upgrades he'd acquired for enhanced senses had greatly improved all his senses, including the sense of touch. As he concentrated, he felt slight vibrations that seemed to originate from somewhere in front of him, just like the hum. Additionally, he sensed something else. The air felt slightly electrified, sending a prickling sensation across his skin. The barely noticeable hum, undetectable to regular human beings, along with the electrified air and the vibrations reminded him of magical anomalies. He had always felt these three indicators whenever he approached magical anomalies, although they were far more powerful and pronounced in those situations. Jake had long since learned that the humming sound and the electrified air signaled the presence of a magical activity. The more potent the magic, the more pronounced the signs. Magical anomalies were incredibly powerful, making the telltale signs of their presence easy to detect. In contrast, the magic present in this room felt much weaker. Jake opened his eyes and stood up, scanning the room once more for any signs of magic at work, but finding nothing. After giving the matter some thought, he decided to take another small, cautious step forward. That was when the first two upgrades he'd acquired for feral instincts kicked in. The first upgrade, capable of detecting both the direction of a potential threat and the distance to it, indicated that some kind of danger lay just a short distance ahead of him. The second upgrade, which heightened his danger perception, allowing him to identify the nature of the impending threat, told him that the danger before him was some sort of invisible magical trap. This confirmed his earlier suspicion that there was indeed some magical activity in the room. Jake now understood why the group of sleeping survivors ahead of him hadn't bothered to set up a watch rotation. They simply didn't have to. Instead, they had put up protective wards somewhere in the room. Back when he was a regular survivor, he occasionally stumbled upon various magical scrolls that allowed him to learn spells he could use whenever he wanted. Each scroll contained a single spell that could only be cast once, and the scrolls themselves were extremely rare. Among all the items found in this game-like world, magical scrolls were likely the rarest, even more so than mana consumables. For this reason, Jake had cast spells only when push came to shove. He had never found scrolls that taught how to set up magical traps or wards, but it looked like such spells did exist, and the group of sleeping survivors must have employed them in this room. Jake was glad he had acquired the upgrades to his feral instincts. Without the first and second upgrades, he wouldn't have been able to detect the magical trap in front of him. With no visible signs of danger in the room, he might have continued to stealthily approach the sleeping survivors, ultimately triggering the invisible magical trap. Thanks to the upgrades, he was able to avoid that unfortunate outcome. He still didn't know what kind of magical trap it was, though. Was it something like a simple alarm designed to wake the survivors if an uninvited visitor entered the building and crossed the room while they slept? Or was it something more dangerous, like a fire magical trap? Perhaps it was intended to explode if triggered, or maybe it was an ice magical trap meant to freeze him upon activation. Jake wished he could somehow locate invisible magical traps and wards and identify them. Maybe one day he would learn such a skill or acquire an upgrade for feral instincts that could do just that. The hum and electrical sensation he felt were quite weak compared to those caused by more powerful magical anomalies, suggesting that the protective wards or magical traps set up by the survivors in this room were relatively harmless for him. Still, there was no reason to tempt fate. While the invisible magical trap probably wouldn't cause him much, if any, harm if triggered, he chose not to take the risk. Besides, triggering the magical trap would likely wake the survivors as well. And he wanted to avoid unnecessary confrontations with humans, so he slowly backed away until the faint hum of the invisible magical trap couldn't be heard anymore. Satisfied that he was a safe distance away to avoid accidentally triggering it, he turned and left the room. Jake continued to search the city for sleeping survivors. He needed to use Mind Reader just 2 more times to progress it to 100%. He believed it would be a quick task, but he soon realized that locating survivors who hadn't taken measures to guard against intruders at night was harder than he had anticipated. To ensure their safety throughout the night, many groups of survivors took turns standing watch. Not all of them opted for that approach, though. Some set up protective wards or magical traps to prevent enemies from getting the drop on them while they slept. Others created booby traps or makeshift alarm systems to alert them about intruders. On more than one occasion, Jake found shards of glass strewn across the floor just outside a room where a group of survivors had settled down for the night. However, survivors anticipated uninvited visitors coming from below, not from above. That's why they set up makeshift traps and alarm systems on the routes coming from below, like on the stairs leading up to their floor, rather than on those leading down to their hiding spots. For this reason, Jake decided to return to the roof level and enter buildings from above. Still, it was challenging to find approachable survivors. By that point, they had all learned not to take any chances in this lawless world where danger lurked around every corner. As a result, they implemented various protective measures to prevent anyone or anything from approaching them undetected during their sleep. So, his plan to use Mind Reader on sleeping survivors to advance it to 100% wasn't as good as it had seemed at first. He was about to give up when he finally came across two approachable survivors. Upon discovering a building devoid of mutants, Jake descended its front wall, scanning the glassless windows, searching for a room where survivors might be resting for the night. It didn't take him long to find it. He spotted two survivors nestled in sleeping bags in a small room on the 8th floor. Jake hung from the wall, gripping a crack with one hand while peering inside, looking for any protective measures they might have taken. There were only two survivors taking refuge in the room, and they hadn't bothered to establish a rotating watch. Additionally, Jake didn't sense any telltale signs of magical activity in the room, indicating that there were no wards guarding the two survivors. Jake continued to peer into the room. It had only one door, which was closed and lacked any means to lock it. He noticed several open tin cans suspended from the ceiling, positioned just below the door's upper edge. If anyone attempted to open the door from the other side, the cans would rattle, waking the survivors inside. Aside from the tin cans hanging above the door, which was the only entrance to the room aside from the window, Jake didn't notice any other makeshift alarm systems inside. It was possible the two survivors had set up additional primitive alarms outside in the corridor, such as scattering shards of glass or setting up booby traps. However, inside the room, there were no other security measures. The window lacked any alarm system, probably because the two survivors believed that neither other survivors nor mutants could access the room through it. Making no noise at all, Jake climbed into the room through the window. The two survivors, a man and a woman, slept in their sleeping bags next to each other, and their weapons rested within easy reach beside them. Jake was surprised to see that the two survivors hardly had any supplies. Unlike most of the survivors he had encountered, this pair seemed poorly equipped. Even during his early days of survival, when he was still human, he had stored more supplies in his hideout than these two had. Aside from the two sleeping bags and one weapon each, they seemingly had nothing else. They even possessed only a single rucksack, which looked almost empty. The woman was closest to him, and he crouched down beside her. For a brief moment, he examined her face, which was contorted in a troubled expression. Whatever she was dreaming about wasn't pleasant. Jake reached out, lightly touching her forehead with the tips of his fingers. He feared that this wouldn't be enough and that he would need to press his entire palm against her head to activate Mind Reader. Fortunately, when he issued the mental command, the ability kicked in without any issues. The survivor's memories surged into his mind. At first, he couldn't make sense of what he was seeing. She had been asleep for several hours, so what he was witnessing was not her memories but her dreams, making it hard to understand what was happening. Her dreams formed a tangled web of fictional and surreal events intertwined with glimpses of her real memories from the previous day. After a moment, Jake was able to separate the images in her mind that were pure fantasy from those that represented her true memories. He learned that the previous day, she, the man sleeping beside her, and two other survivors had been ambushed by some of the bandits from the Los Demonios gang. The four of them had tried to escape, but the demons tracked them to their hideout. Tragically, two of her companions were killed, but she and the male survivor managed to escape. So they had lost everything, which explained why they currently had so little with them. They were lucky to have escaped with their lives. In her dreams, the woman was reliving the tragic events of the previous day, so it was no wonder she had such a troubled expression on her face as she slept. Suddenly, she stirred in her sleep, and Jake immediately pulled away from her mind, withdrawing his hand. He stared at the woman, ready to jump to his feet and leap out the window. He had no desire to fight these two humans. They had already been through a lot over the past day. The woman stirred for a few seconds, but fortunately, she didn't wake up. When she lay still again, Jake checked the status of his ability. Mind Reader, rank I, 80%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. He needed to use it one more time to advance it to 100%, and it had to be a different person. So he stood up and moved toward the man lying in his sleeping bag next to the woman. Jake crouched beside him and, for a moment, studied his face. He bore a similarly troubled expression. Jake extended his hand to touch the survivor's forehead. At that moment, he felt like a vampire slipping into people's homes at night, feeding on the unaware souls as they slept. The man's dream resembled the woman's, blending fictional events with memories of the tragic clash against the demons, which had cost them 2 friends and their hideout where all their supplies had been stored. Moments later, Jake withdrew from the survivor's mind and checked the status of his ability. Mind Reader, rank I, 100%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. Finally, the ability was at 100%. When he leveled up another time, he would use one of the skill points to upgrade Mind Reader to the next rank. Just as he stood up, the survivor, whose troubled dreams he had been watching, suddenly opened his eyes. Jake froze as the man seemingly stared directly at him. But a split second later, he realized that while the survivor had opened his eyes, he wasn't fully awake yet. Without making a sound, Jake leaped back and melted into the shadows of a corner of the room. He remained motionless, completely blending in with the surrounding darkness. The male survivor blinked a few times, trying to regain his focus. He might have spotted Jake when he just opened his eyes, but at that moment, his mind was still half asleep, and he didn't realize that what he saw before him was real rather than just remnants of his dreams. Now that he was somewhat awake, the survivor appeared to be thinking more clearly. He sat up and looked around the room with a puzzled look on his face. With one hand, he reached for the pump-action shotgun lying on the floor to his left. He placed his palm on the weapon but didn't pick it up. He continued to slowly survey his surroundings. At first, he didn't recognize the place, which must have looked very different from the hideout where the group usually spent their nights. Then he seemed to finally remember what had happened the day before and where he was. A devastated expression settled on his face as he slowly surveyed the room. His gaze drifted to the tin cans dangling from the upper edge of the door, as if he were trying to figure out what had disturbed his sleep. Seeing that the cans were still intact and the door was shut, he resumed scanning his surroundings. Eventually, his gaze settled on the dark corner where Jake stood. He remained completely still. Although it appeared as if the man was looking right at him, Jake knew the male survivor couldn't actually see him. If he could, his reaction would have been very different. Having found no threats in the room, the survivor finally managed to relax. He turned his head and looked down at the woman sleeping beside him. For a moment, he watched her with sadness in his eyes. Then he lay back down and closed his eyes once more. Jake remained still in his corner. He was glad he had managed to stay undetected. He didn't want to give another person nightmares about him. This couple had already endured a really bad day. He didn't want to fight them or instill a lasting fear of falling asleep from then on, leaving them anxious that some horrifying black mutant might come to visit them in the night again. When the male survivor's breathing steadied, Jake quietly emerged from the corner and moved toward the window. His movements were completely silent. Moments later, he reached the window, climbed through, and vanished into the night. Jake spent the rest of the night searching for mana, using the Mana Vision perk. In the morning, he headed for the sewers to grind for XP. Before entering the underground tunnels, however, he decided to purchase an increased XP booster. With a thought, he opened the boost menu and examined it. Boost menu. Rank 2. Enhanced regeneration. Duration, 90 minutes. Cost, 2000 MP. Acquire, Y/N. Increased movement speed. Duration, 90 minutes. Cost, 5000 MP. Acquire, Y/N. Increased strength. Duration, 90 minutes. Cost, 5000 MP. Acquire, Y/N. Increased agility. Duration, 90 minutes. Cost, 5000 MP. Acquire, Y/N. Increased XP gain, X3. Duration, 90 minutes. Cost, 10,000 MP. Acquire, Y/N. Rank 3 requirements. 1. Kill 250 ex-human walkers. 2. Kill 150 ex-human leapers. Progress. Walkers, 221 of 250. Leapers, 117 out of 150. Upgrade boost menu to rank 3, requirements are not met. Jake wasn't interested in strength, agility, speed, or regeneration boosters, so he didn't bother purchasing them. He was satisfied with his body's current strength, speed, and regenerative abilities and didn't feel the need to enhance them. The only booster he acquired was increased XP gain, X3, for which he spent 10,000 MP. He now had over 40,000 mana points left, which was plenty. For the next 90 minutes, any XP he earned would be tripled. Before closing the boost menu, he gave it one final glance. At some point, he had upgraded it to rank 2. Although it didn't introduce any new boosters, it did extend the duration of each one from 60 to 90 minutes and increased the effectiveness of increased XP gain from X2 to X3. It had been a while since he last checked the boost menu. Examining it now, he saw that he was close to meeting the requirements for upgrading it to rank 3. He needed to kill a few dozen more walkers and leapers before he could upgrade it to the next rank, which would either add new boosters or strengthen the existing ones. He spent the next 2 hours killing mutants in the sewers, with every bit of XP he earned tripled. By the time he finished clearing the underground tunnels of all their unsettling inhabitants, he had leveled up 2 times, progressing from level 40 to level 42 and gaining 10 skill points to allocate. As planned, he used 1 skill point to upgrade Mind Reader to rank 2. Mind Reader, rank 2, 0%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. The ability's progress bar had returned to 0%, meaning it could be advanced again, albeit at a slower rate. Now that Mind Reader was at rank 2, he could supposedly explore someone's memories in greater depth, instead of just glimpsing a few minutes of the most recent events. He had 9 more points to allocate. He checked his attributes. Body, 32. Mind, 30. Magic, 30. He wanted to purchase some abilities and skills from the second section of the genetic development interface, but as far as he could remember, each skill listed there had quite high requirements. To refresh his memory, he summoned the skill store and browsed through the skills and abilities available for purchase. Evolution Stage 2, Savage Ascent, Level 25. Abilities, 1 of 5. Skills, 1 of 4. Ability, Gravity Leap. Requirements, Body 43, Mind 40, Magic 37. Cost, 17,000 MP. Ability, Acidic Spit. Requirements, Body 45, Magic 45. Cost, 20,000 MP. Ability, Serpentine Form. Requirements, Body 50, Mind 45, Magic 50. Cost, 25,000 MP. Ability, Spikes. Requirements, Body 60, Magic 65. Cost, 30,000 MP. Skill, Adhesive Secretion. Requirements, Body 40, Magic 35. Cost, 15,000 MP. Skill, Toxic Resistance. Requirements, Body 45. Cost, 23,000 MP. Skill, Adaptive Armor. Requirements, Body 55, Magic 50. Cost, 27,000 MP. Ability, Mind Reader. Requirements, Mind 30, Magic 25. Cost, already owned. Skill, Enhanced Durability. Requirements, Body 30. Cost, already owned. Jake's first targets were the Gravity Leap ability and the Adhesive Secretion skill. Although he had enough MP to purchase them, he didn't quite meet the requirements, which were pretty high. Gravity Leap required Body at 43, Mind at 40, and Magic at 37, while Adhesive Secretion needed his body to be at 40 and his Magic to be at 35. So he allocated 5 skill points to Magic and the remaining 4 skill points to Body. Body, 32-36. Mind, 30. Magic, 30-35. Once he leveled up again, he intended to invest 4 additional points into Body. After doing so, he would finally be able to purchase the Adhesive Secretion skill. At last, he opened his eyes, and all the information vanished. Thanks to the XP booster he'd acquired, he had gained a significant number of experience points, leveling up twice in the sewers. However, the most effective way to level up faster was by completing challenges. Since there were no more mutants left to defeat in the sewers, Jake decided to return to street level and search for anomalies that offered challenges to complete. For the next several hours, he searched for them, eliminating all groups of ex-humans he encountered along the way, earning additional chunks of XP. As he traversed the city, he couldn't help but notice that Los Demonios seemed to be everywhere now. They chased other survivors in pickup trucks and large SUVs, equipped with machine guns mounted in the beds of the former and on the roofs of the latter. Above, several helicopters continuously patrolled the area, circling the rooftops. The demons had developed their own emblem, a simple drawing of a human skull adorned with two curled horns. Each of their vehicles displayed the image of the demon skull, painted in red on the hoods and doors. While on street level, Jake also came across the same demon skull, painted on many building walls. It was obvious that Los Demonios were asserting their dominance, trying to intimidate other groups of survivors into submission. This strategy seemed to be working, as the gang's numbers grew each day, with more and more survivors being captured. Although Jake wasn't concerned with what the humans did, this situation was quickly becoming frustrating. While he chose not to engage with the demons, they persistently attempted to chase him in their vehicles. At street level, evading them wasn't particularly difficult, because their cars struggled to maneuver around buildings, navigate streets riddled with large cracks, and weave between long-abandoned, dilapidated vehicles. So when a demon car began tailing him, Jake didn't have much trouble slipping away. However, things were quite different at the roof level. Unlike ground vehicles, helicopters didn't have to contend with obstacles. In the air, nothing prevented the sleek, futuristic choppers from reaching their top speed. Most of them tried to pursue him as soon as they caught sight of him, forcing him to seek refuge inside one of the buildings and wait for them to fly away before stepping outside again. It was becoming quite annoying. Each time he emerged onto a rooftop, his first instinct was to glance up to make sure no helicopters were hovering nearby, ready to chase him again. Los Demonios grew stronger with every passing day. If this situation wasn't contained soon, it would soon be nearly impossible to turn a corner without running into the members of the gang. Although some other groups of survivors attempted to fight back, they had little success. The demons vastly outleveled, outnumbered, and outgunned any other survivor groups in the city. At some point, while on the roof of a towering high-rise, Jake finally came across an anomaly that had a challenge to offer. First, he summoned the description of the anomaly itself. Name, Electro. Description, launches bolts of lightning energy every which way when disturbed. Can also be activated when a living being comes within a foot of it. Duration, 15 seconds. Effective range, 95 yards. Danger level, 45, high. Without a doubt, this anomaly was extremely dangerous. He had encountered variations of the Electro anomaly before, but none were as perilous as this one. He made sure to keep his distance. He then checked out the challenge connected to the anomaly. Challenge, Wave Survival. Objective, survive all waves. Complete the challenge within 60 minutes to receive an additional reward. Note, you must remain within a designated area during this challenge. If you leave it, you'll have 30 seconds to return. If you fail to make it back in time, the challenge will be failed. Waves, 10. Difficulty, hard. Recommended stats, Evolution Stage 2, Savage Ascent, Level 40, Body 35. Reward, 10,000 XP, 30,000 MP. Extra reward, Ability, Cloak. Accept, Y/N. Jake hoped he wouldn't have to tackle the Wave Survival Challenge near the Electro anomaly. Even while maintaining a safe distance, he could hear the hum emanating from it and feel vibrations pulsating through the air. The atmosphere around it felt electrified, sending an unpleasant prickling sensation through his skin. The anomaly was incredibly powerful, and if he had to undertake the wave survival in its vicinity, it would be one hell of a challenge. The rewards were quite impressive, though: 10,000 XP, 30,000 MP, and a cloaking ability. Usually, abilities were earned by completing mutation research quests. However, in this case, it was an additional reward that he would receive only if he managed to complete the challenge in under 60 minutes. He then summoned the boost menu and purchased the increased XP booster once more, spending another 10,000 MP. He now had 35,000 mana points left. However, if he completed the Wave Survival Challenge, it would be worth it because he would gain 30,000 MP additionally, with the XP booster he'd purchased. He would receive 3 times the XP reward, potentially leveling up multiple times at once, which wasn't bad at all. After that, he accepted the Wave Survival Challenge.